get started on time. Thank you. So the meeting is being recorded. Let's wait one more minute. I don't see USAID logged in yet. Unless Dan is one of the Karen Kents. Okay, so welcome everyone. This is the workshop for the USAID Women Shellfishers and Food Security Project, Theory of Change Findings and Toolkit Dissemination and Use. Thank you all for joining us today. We're really pleased at the variety of participants that we have, and we're up to about 35 of you right now, and the list is still growing. So thank you very much, and we appreciate your participation. With that, I would like to turn it over to the University of Cape Coast for the welcome address.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So okay. So thanks a lot, Karen, and welcome everybody to this workshop. So
Allô, Clément. Allô. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Mark, could you please mute the participant whose mic is on? Maybe the participant is not aware. Okay. So on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of UCC, we have our dean, the dean of the School of Biological Sciences, in which the Center for Coastal Management is our house. We have our team here with us, and we are very happy to get him on, because he's a very busy person, but he has dedicated some time to give the a brief opening remarks on the workshop. So, sorry, let me pan the camera.
So this is good afternoon in Ghana. So wherever you are joining this meeting, my greetings from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast. He really expressed his greetings and wish the participants very fruitful interaction. We are very grateful that USAID Women Fisheries and Food Security Project really involved the University of Cape Coast. As you are aware, we are a seafront university, so anything to do with fisheries is really very dear to our heart. We would like to really acknowledge University of Rhode Island, University of Ghana, and then the Tri-Oyster Women's Association of Gambia, and then World Agroforestry, that they have been able to make it for this meeting. We are really touched by the goal of the WSFS, that is to strengthen the evidence base, increase awareness, equip stakeholders to adapt and apply successful ecosystem base to the fisheries industry, in this particular case of the shellfish industry. The West Coast here is really noted for fishing. In addition to the nutrition and the health, it's also employed people. So for job creation, the fisheries industry plays a very important role. And the university is very delighted that in addition to this, we are drawing the awareness of currently what the climate is having on our biodiversity. So we really believe that the themes that has been adopted here and the toolkit that people are going, the stakeholders are going to learn, I think that'll be for the first time, isn't it? Yeah. Is really going to help the industry to improve on whatever they are doing and increase the enterprise, because University of Cape Coast has positioned itself as an entrepreneurial university. So we are looking forward for what the stakeholders, we are very interested in what the stakeholders are going to take back to their various destinations, because that is what's going to enhance their activity that they are engaged in their various countries over there. The university is also in full support of what ISCOR is doing, and whenever there is any meetings like this, or whenever the WSF find it necessary to involve the university in their activity, the university is really available and is prepared to afford the project, whatever assistance that is required. I think we have a very track record of working with URI, working with the USAID in our previous capacity development project. And so we see this as an extension or continuity of some of the things that we have really begun with. So on my behalf, as the Dean of School of Biological Science, where ISCOR is really residing, and then also on the behalf of the Vice Chancellor, who would have been very keen because he is a signatory of what is happening here, isn't it? Yeah. But at the moment, he's not around. So we wish you all the best. And we think at the end of the meeting, stakeholders would have really learned a lot, and whatever is taking place here is going to help the shellfish industry, which has a very strong potential from what I have read in the West African here. So thank you very much for allowing me to take this a little bit of your time, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go straight to Ernest for a very brief overview of the project and purpose of the workshop. Thank you, Ernest.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Karen. Hi, everyone. Let me put my presentation in slideshow mode, and then I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ernest Obengchukwu, and I'm with the Center for Coastal Management. And my duty is to give you a brief presentation about a brief overview of the project we are talking about now. Basically, this is the Women Shellfishers and Food Security Project. And this project began based on a problem that was identified. And this problem was the urgent need to build a solid case for locally driven livelihoods that would rather enhance than degrade natural resources management, and also inure to the benefit of women. Now, this stems from the observation that generally in Africa, about 10 million people depend directly on small-scale fisheries, and indirectly, the number actually is to the tune of about 90 million. However, women they form only 15% of the harvesters when it comes to small-scale fisheries, whereas about 90% of those involved in fisheries that are women are involved in processing. However, there is this small scale fisheries, which is the shellfish harvesting, that has been observed to be totally dominated by women in general. And this happens within estuaries and mangrove areas. Now, the annual catch statistics of this particular fishery, upon long studies and then observations, we realized that they were totally missing in the national catch statistics, fisheries catch statistics. And where you could find some data, really, they were not up to date or they weren't easily accessible. Now, these shell fisheries also tend to happen within mangrove areas. These mangrove ecosystems really provide immense support for the fishery by providing habitat and all of that. But the mangrove ecosystems are also undervalued, actually, and currently under threat. And so once they are under threat, then they pose threat also to the livelihoods and food security of these women. Now, the shell fisheries that we are talking about actually provides micronutrients, and is the species, some of the species like oysters are very rich in iron and contribute to the healthy diet of these coastal inhabitants, who are mainly women. Now, inspired by two main co-management arrangements in West Africa that had been very successful, these projects sought to leverage and contribute to sustainable fisheries by establishing linkages with mangrove conservation and ultimately food security, which in the end is more like a loop that feeds back into sustainable fisheries. So once mangroves are being conserved, or once the fishery is being sustainably managed, and the fact that it relies heavily on mangroves, then directly these mangroves are conserved, and then that improves food security within the region. So our theory of change model sort of was central around biodiversity threat reduction. Now, once you are reducing the threat to biodiversity, that is all of the mangrove areas, the fisheries, the shellfish that inhabit these areas, you are essentially improving, by improving the management of mangrove areas, then shellfish management is strengthened, and then local food production systems are also improved, and then nutrition is balanced. So this is how we envisaged our theory of change model from the beginning. Now, there were three key activities that have been achieved on this project. First of all, the project was able to successfully run the first ever participatory regional assessment of shell fisheries within the West Africa region. This has not been done before, and for the first time, we are happy to say that we have really brought out information, very critical information about this fishery, this small-scale fishery, all along the coast of West Africa, from Senegal right down through to Nigeria. And also, one key element was to test the theory of change that I've just talked about, but here with in-depth studies in Ghana and the Gambia, where the two co-management plans have been very successful as well. Then through this project, we sought to harmonize and foster a community of practice where we sort of bring the resource users together stakeholders together on one platform. And when I talk about stakeholders, I'm talking about resource users on one end, academia, government, and also other NGOs onto one platform to discuss developments in this particular field, and also plan future interventions, and also have discussions around how best this sector can progress. Now, so for the first activity, as I mentioned before, we have been able to conduct this study along the West Africa region, and we have actually submitted the results for publication, and very soon this will be published. It has been accepted. It will be published in Frontiers in Marine Science, and the information will be out there for reference. These reports are also hosted online, and anyone who wants information about the shell fishery in West Africa can go online, Google it, and find them. For the second main activity, which was the site-based research, mainly we looked at the threats, we assessed the threats and drivers of mangrove degradation, and also explored the restoration options. Also, we have been able to develop a sustainable land seascape collaborative vision, which will all be published online for everyone to have access to. Also, an integrated food and nutrition complementarity profile using agricultural and wild foods and feeds. Now, we have also conducted an in-depth study of the shell fisheries in both Ghana and the Gambia, looking at the biophysical parameters within these estuarine and mangrove areas that sort of enhance or promote a healthy fishery. And we have studied that also over a period of 1 year, collecting monthly data. So there is a lot of data on that as well. The research or the project also looked at anemia research, studying how rich the shellfish or oysters are in zinc, and how that helps reduce anemia in coastal areas. So there is also the multivariate analysis, which now combines all of these factors to test the theory of change that we have developed. So today, all of these presentations, some of these will be touched on, and the multivariate analysis especially will be presented, as well as a toolkit that we have developed. So 3 sites, as I have mentioned already, we studied in 3 sites each for Gambia and Ghana. And here we looked at, for consideration, we looked at sites that were having existing shell fishery activity, that had women's involvement in the shell fishery, also had mangroves, and also a spectrum of mangrove health from degraded through moderate to healthy ecosystems. So activity 3, what we are doing is we are fostering a community of practice. And as we have all gathered here, it is a very good platform for us to judge and think about this fishery, and also disseminate the toolkit that we have developed, which really, for a long time, we believe will be a document that is a go-to for all of us stakeholders in the shell fisheries sector. So this is also what we plan to do with networking and fostering the community of practice within West Africa. So for each country that we have worked in, right, as I mentioned, from Senegal, Gambia, we have Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Nigeria. We have drawn all of you from these countries, represented by NGOs, academia, government as well. And then the resource users, who are the oyster women themselves, are all on this platform. So this presents a very unique opportunity that hardly happens or occurs within such a field. Now, the outcomes of the project have been enormous, and in the end, we envisage that about 77 shellfish and mangrove stakeholders will be trained, and there should be an increased awareness of the concepts that we have proposed. Also, there should be tools designed to design sustainable interventions and outcomes for the shell fishery sector and generally mangrove ecosystems. And also, we expect that this network or this group of people that we are pulling together moving into the future will belong to one network where we share ideas regionally. Also, this group can help identify plans and resources to pursue opportunities for scaling up the shell fishery sector all over West Africa. So as part of this workshop, we have a few objectives, and the objectives mainly are that by the end of this workshop and from the outcomes of the project so far, there should be increased stakeholder awareness, which we are hoping to achieve, of rights-based women shellfishes co-management approaches within the West Africa region. Also equipping stakeholders gathered here and beyond to adapt and apply successfully the approaches for replicating such co-management in different countries across the sub-region, and in the attempt to sort of scale up the sector. Also, this means that then there should be an improved evidence base, which we have gathered information on and sharing with you. The toolkits that we have also sharing with you for you to know the elements therein. And also, as I have mentioned severally, fostering a community of practice. So here we will be disseminating the findings from the theory of change that I've mentioned. We are disseminating the toolkit, and then we are engaging all of you as resource persons, and also for you to move ahead and train others and share the information, and also be agents of change and the scale up that we hope to achieve. Into the future, definitely there'll be more engagements, and also drawing all of us closer together into a network and championing the co-management agenda. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. And I'll leave it now to Karen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. Will you stop sharing? Okay. So thank you very much. I don't know if Daniel Hicks, our USAID project manager, is with us on the call. Dan, are you there?
I am. Am I not showing up?
You might be showing up as Karen Kent, which is fine. So please go ahead and give us your remarks.
Sure. Hey, look, it's another Karen Kent. So I was one
Oh,
of the
there you are.
earlier in the call, huh?
Yeah, there was some confusion with links. It's okay. There's multiple Karen Kents on this call.
Okay, well, we can never go wrong with more Karen Kent. So anyway, no, thanks everybody for being here, especially all the folks that contributed to the reports and all the studies that happened. I think what we've got here is a really nice culmination of almost 2 years of hard work by lots of groups coming at this issue from multiple angles. And I really, really enjoy the way it's, advancing both gender, but also the biodiversity, the food security, just so many super important issues for the agency, not just for the agency, for the world. I mean, this is stuff that no matter who you work for, we need to be working towards advancing. So I'm just super thrilled to be part of this workshop. I'm proud to be associated with the program. And what I really like about it is it's obviously very solid academically. We have University of Rhode Island and all the partners who are just done awesome scientific, rigorous analysis and really useful studies. But I love the way it really comes together in the toolkit, where you can take somebody who doesn't have that strong of an academic background, give them this toolkit and say, go help these communities better organize themselves and advocate for themselves, and be on the lookout for things they may not even be looking out for, and looking for resources that they may have and advantages that they may have that they're not even aware of. So I think it's an awesome toolkit. I'm looking forward to the rest of the presentation today and continued partnership with everyone. So on behalf of USAID, on behalf of Dan Hicks, on behalf of the US government, thank you all so much for the hard work that went into these products, and thanks everybody for attending. And now I'm going to change my name back to Dan Hicks. Sorry about that, Karen. I owe you one.
Karen, you have to unmute.
Can you unmute yourself?
Okay, thank you very much, Dan and USAID. We really appreciate the support of USAID in bringing us together in USAID's, new system of co-creation, which was the instigation of this project. So we really appreciate that. And now we have a few minutes for housekeeping issues, but we are a little bit behind time. So I guess the one issue I would like to bring up on housekeeping is because we have so many participants, we have more than 53 right now, more than 60 participants on right now. We don't have time for introductions, but I just wanted to say that, we have representatives from departments of fisheries, other government ministries and agencies, from women shellfishers groups, from NGOs, from academia and research institutions, from regional institutions such as the FAO and others. And we really appreciate the breadth of participation from all these types of stakeholders today. And I hope that the Francophones are able to access simultaneous interpretation by clicking on the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen. Is anyone having any issues with interpretation or other housekeeping issues?
Please.
Yes, Zachary.
Yes, let me know after the presentation, can we address the question, or at the end, we are going to address the question?
So far, we've just been giving introductory and overviews, but next we're going to have a presentation on the results of the theory of change multivariate analysis. And after that presentation, there will be 30 minutes for discussion. But did you have a question about the overview of the project?
No, I don't have a question. No, just I want to know is it possible, because you have some institution, you have some institution involved in the project. Is it possible that other institution which is not involved at the beginning join the project now at this stage?
Yes, that is very possible. This is a network of stakeholders. So we would like that network to expand and grow as interest expands and grows.
Okay.
So additional participants in this knowledge sharing are very welcome. Okay. So thank you very much. Please, Asiata, if you could mute. Okay, thank you. All right, so let us move on now to the presentation about the theory of change multivariate analysis by Brian Crawford at the University of Rhode Island. Brian?
Okay, thank you, Karen, and hello to everyone. Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Brian Crawford. I'm an affiliate with the Coastal Resources Center at the University of Rhode Island and have been coordinating the kind of multivariate analysis with all the partners who've been engaged in collecting data at the field level and in the analyses of the data afterwards. So let me share my screen and I'll present. Okay, can someone confirm that they can see my screen?
Yeah, but okay, good. We see the full view. Yes.
Okay. All right. So basically, we're in the midst of preparing a report on the multivariate analysis that is based on the theory of change model that you saw Ernest present earlier, and I'll show you shortly. But basically, what we were trying to do is see through the field research, mining the data that was being collected at the sites, could we prove the various elements in that theory of change? So in our program description, as Ernest presented earlier, this was kind of our theory of change model, where if you have interventions shown here on the left-hand side in yellow that try to influence three systems: the local food system in the proximate landscape of the estuaries, strengthen the management of the mangrove systems, and strengthen management of the shell fishery. We posited that this would reduce threats to the biodiversity, improve the health of the shell fishery and the mangrove systems, and then have other impacts down on the food systems, income, and possibly poverty levels. The nutritional systems also, again, shown up here. So each of these arrows kind of represents kind of an if-then or cause and effect statement. And reviewing kind of the current literature, we know that we have a lot of information about co-management of fisheries and mangroves and how that relates to biodiversity and ecosystem health, but a lot less information up here on how shell fisheries in particular contribute to nutrition. And that was one area we wanted to investigate as well. So we had 4 hypotheses that were to be tested that were long statements. I'm not going to read these to you because these were modified. These were the original hypotheses as written in our program description, the agreement with USAID. But it was to try to take that very detailed diagram and breaking it down into a few more manageable pieces. Data was collected by all of the partners, both ICRAF, UCC, University of Ghana, on various aspects and themes of the project that were then utilized for the multivariate analysis. Now, much of this data was used for the site-based activities and research, and not just for the multivariate analysis alone, but we had to kind of put all those data sets together and contribute as a team to conducting this analysis. So this is an example of that kind of where we tried to look at our original theory of change model and break it down into something a little bit more simplified and ways that we could then look at variables and test basically each of these arrows being a if-then statement. If we have gender-sensitive governance, then shellfish stocks will improve. If shellfish stocks improve, then there will be increased shellfish consumption, et cetera, et cetera. So each of these then becomes a testable hypothesis that we wanted to look at with the data that we gathered. Okay, so you can overlay some of these hypotheses. So this is kind of our hypothesis 1, looking at those relationships. Hypothesis 2, focusing on the mangrove management and how that affects mangrove habitat and shell fisheries. Hypothesis 3, looking at shellfish consumption and income and linkages to nutrition. And then hypothesis 4, which focuses more on the food systems and how that links to nutrition and mangrove improvements. Okay, so then for each of those hypotheses, then what we did is we kind of broke that down, and this is kind of the simplified model. So we keep on getting into simpler, pieces that make it easy then to try to collect information and test those cause and effect relationships here and here and here. So there's like 1, 2, and then 3 types of models. So from that, we can look at kind of some basic quote unquote, equations that of the outcome and then the predictor variables, so that the outcome that shellfish yields are dependent on the governance, perhaps water quality, and site or country details, and et cetera. So you can see those different equations. And then for each of those kind of main headings, then there are a number of different types of variables you can see over here that were collected or calculated based on data that were then used for both qualitative and quantitative analysis. So we looked at the data both qualitatively across the sites in the countries, and then also using statistics, both parametric and non-parametric, depending on the type of data, and using either some form of regression analysis or correlation coefficients to kind of test relationships statistically where we had data and ability to do that. Now, one of the challenges we had is that we were only looking across 6 sites in 2 countries. So an N of 6 in many cases is not a large sample size for doing statistical analysis. So you'll see that in some of the subsequent results that I'll show you. And then because we have to take into account possible side effects as kind of intercorrelations within those groups, in many cases, we had to take data and use the mean per site and compare that with means of other variables to look at that. So again, that kind of gets us down to a small number of samples for some of that statistical analysis. Now, we had several partners involved in this. So in some cases, the data was collected by different partners from different groups at the sites. And in some cases, this made it difficult to compare with significant statistical power if the data was collected by one group and you were comparing it to data collected by another group, which wasn't necessarily, for instance, from the same household. So these were some of the challenges for the analysis. Okay, so onwards with some of the results. So this is a simplified hypothesis that was also refined from the longer statements I showed you there. Improved and gender equitable management of shell fisheries increases shellfish yields, which increases shellfish consumption and income of those engaged in shell fishing. So that's what we were trying to test in this hypothesis. So looking first at the governance and shell fishery health relationships at the 6 sites, you can see some of the data here between parameters of shell fishery health, including an exploitation level. The higher the exploitation ratio, the more fishing pressure basically, and showing that fisheries may be either overfished or underfished. The same with the one down here in the bottom. The fishing mortality is kind of a loosely, is affiliated with fishing effort. So the more fishing mortality or the more oysters or cockles we harvest or kill, that's what we mean by fishing them and eating them, then the higher the fishing pressure. Over on this side, we can see that we had a governance score. So we looked at co-management, traditional management, and tenure of those systems, and then gave them kind of an ordinal scoring from 0 to 3, and then graph those on here. UCC also collected data on shellfish height, which is the measurement from kind of the bottom of the oyster to the top of the shell, as another indicator of shellfish health. And in some cases, you can see that we did get some statistically significant results at the point, less than 0.05 P level, in this case, less than 0.01. And these were close, but really not at the 0.1 level. But again, with the low numbers of sites that we had and the data points, they all kind of support and tend in the same direction, supporting that if we improve governance of by women of the shell fishery, then the health of the shell fishery will be better. And this is particularly exhibited in the case of Tanby and the Dentsu estuary, where there are robust management plans, shellfish user associations, and active management. We also posited that women's empowerment would improve shell fishery health. And this kind of shows you some of the data where the trend lines also tend to support that. Now, down here, only one of them was statistically significant, but the other ones that you see really basically show and support that one measure of shellfish health. Now, I'm showing you these two here because it illustrates here on women's empowerment score versus fishery shellfish health to show that this one, when we use all of the data, we get a nice trend line here. But then when we use the mean of the women's empowerment score per site, we get a similar trend line, but it's much harder to get a statistically significant difference when you have an N of 6 versus here where we have an N of 120, but that's not really a valid way to do it statistically. These are not statistically significant, but again, qualitatively looking at it, it does support to some extent that if we empower women, then that will also have an influence on shell fishery health. UCC collected a lot of data on physicochemical parameters at each of the 6 sites, and this is some summary data from them, looking at sites that were scored as either overexploited, fully exploited, and underexploited. And then here we did what we call dichotomize. We said, okay, let's look at sites that are underexploited, which versus those that are either over or fully exploited. So when we look here, it's kind of hard to see any sort of trend patterns in it. But when we look at the dichotomized data, we see that the underexploited sites, again, have the higher, shell height, longer shell height, but also higher salinity, the black, and these are ones that were statistically significant, depth, greater depth, and less turbidity. And this suggests, therefore, that perhaps some of these physicochemical parameters may have an influence on the fisheries health. And you can see this again when you look at, when you look at it by countries, by Ghana and Gambia. We know that Ghana sites have higher temperatures, average temperatures, pH, turbidity, lower mean depth, and salinity. And they also have, this is kind of a measure, M is the natural mortality. So natural mortality, F is from fishing. This is the exploitation ratio, but we would assume that maybe there might be some physicochemical parameters that make it a little bit more difficult for oysters to survive in some environments than others. And it's easier for them to live and grow and be healthy in others. And it turns out that natural mortalities are a little bit less in the Gambia, which kind of supports the fact that those areas with higher temperature, greater depth, and salinity tend to have less natural mortality. So basically what this data and this is telling us is that the estuaries in the 2 countries are quite different. So they're, you can characterize them as in a very different way, and that could have influence then on what's happening with the shell fishery in terms of the health of the resource itself and the harvesting. On the hypothesis that shellfish consumption, that if you have improved health or healthier fisheries, then there will be higher shellfish consumption and per capita food expenditures may be higher. We found no statistically significant differences that were even really close, not even at a 0.1 or a 0.2 probability level. So this hypothesis was not proven with the way that we collected the data and the manner that we did that. And we'll get into this a little bit later when we get into hypothesis 3. This kind of looks at again, looking and classifying the sites by either underexploited or over and fully exploited, and see whether that has an influence on any sort of livelihood or income or poverty measures that we use. And what we can see is that in all cases, the underexploited sites have a little bit higher scores than the fully and overexploited, except for livelihood diversity, which is less in areas that are underexploited. But in our models, we really did not see much in the way of statistical significance, even though the trends kind of suggest that perhaps there is a relationship between, income and livelihood dependency and wealth, and between underexploited versus the over and fully exploited. So this, even though we couldn't confirm it statistically, this might be one where further research might be useful to see whether these trends indeed are true, and you can get a little bit more statistical power using different methodologies and techniques. So we couldn't confirm it, but we suspect that maybe that still might be true. So for hypothesis 1, this kind of shows you kind of the summary of the hypotheses that I just went through, and whether, our conclusions, whether there was some evidence or no evidence at all to the various hypotheses that we had. So I'm not going to read these to you. We can go into that later, or if you have questions, we can do it. But you can see, as normally, and you know, research situation like this, some of our hypotheses were confirmed, and some of them we could not confirm with the data and the methods that we used. So results 2 was looking at mangrove management actions and how does that improve mangrove habitat? And in turn, does that improve the health of the shellfish stocks? So this again is kind of the model and the parameters that we were looking at to test. So you have 1, 2, 3 if-then statements here in that model. And I'll just kind of show you some of the results. So in this one, we really didn't see, could not really show any sort of statistically significant relationships between shellfisher protections for mangroves or legal site protection. Both, for instance, Tambi and the Dentsu are Ramsar sites, so they have legal protection, but that didn't seem to have any sort of influence on any of our mangrove, measures of mangrove health. Nor did the women's empowerment score that we utilized do that. Now, as you can see in here, we really didn't have much variance in the data, where only the Dentsu and the Tambi had 1s in shellfisher protection and legal based on expert opinion, and all the rest had 0s. So again, we could not confirm these hypotheses with the data that we had. However, when we look at total pressure score, we kind of looked at what are the threats and pressures on the various estuaries, and we kind of just look at a trend line. It's not really statistically significant. It's a P of 0.21, but the trend line kind of moves in the right direction. So there is perhaps some weak evidence, but not statistically significant, that as the pressure and threats to mangroves is higher, the health of the systems will be lower. Again, it's not a statistically significant result, but there is some suggestion that perhaps there really is an empirical relationship there from that data. Okay, this is then looking at how does mangrove health relate to fishing mortality. Again, we don't have much in the way of statistically significant results. This is the closest here when we look at mangrove health and the exploitation ratio of the fishery, but it's still not below 0.1 or certainly not below 0.05. But the trend lines are in the direction that we did expect when we look at it qualitatively within those six sites. So in this case, we can see that at least with the way that we measured, many of the hypotheses we had, we could not confirm using the methodology that we used, except for the one where maybe there might be some weak qualitative evidence to the relationship between the threats and the healthy mangrove systems, but not on any of the other hypotheses that we put forward. Okay, moving on to hypothesis 3. This was really looking at, does shellfish consumption, if it's higher, does that have any relationship with anemia or other nutritional factors, nutritional variables of the women shellfishers? And this is kind of the model where University of Ghana and the nutrition department from URI collected data. This income data came from UCC, and there was some other data also from ICRAF on food expenditure, food expenditures on food, which we tried to use and then look at the relationships here. And these are measures of nutrition. I won't go into the details of them. If you're interested, we can talk about that. And the URI and Uganda people on the workshop could give you a little bit more in depth on that. So basically in this study, there was really no evidence that increased shellfish consumption reduces anemia. And part of the reason for this was that using the 24-hour recall on the dietary diversity and asking if women had consumed shellfish, an overwhelming majority of the women had not consumed shellfish during the recall period. So only a few, I think it was less than 20%, had actually consumed any shellfish at all. So that's part of the reason they're just not eating enough shellfish, even though it's high in iron and other micronutrients. The shellfish is not consumed in large enough quantities to really have any influence on the anemia factors. Now, there seemed to be a little bit of evidence that maybe shellfish income and other wealth factors may influence nutrition. And that's kind of interesting. You can see some of the results down here. This one, it really does confirm what other studies in the literature have shown, that as people, as they, their income is not the only factor, but one factor that can income influence, their nutritional health. And here we used a wealth measure, which was a wealth score based on, because income is very hard to get. So the wealth score was based on various either things that they consume or, household possessions or structures to come up with a score that would be a kind of a material quality of life measure. Okay, so here's kind of, again, a summary of the hypotheses, the two in terms of shellfish consumption and anemia nutrition. There was no evidence because consumption levels were very low, but there was some evidence that income and household wealth improves nutrition from this. So let's move on to hypothesis 4. This was data, much of this data was gathered by ICRAF in the sites where if we enrich the landscapes around the estuaries with complementary food and nutrition sources, this could reduce extractive pressure on the mangroves, improve mangrove health, improve shellfisher household income, and food security. So again, we kind of tried to look at, the breakdown of the model for this hypothesis and the cause, if then cause and effect relationships here between these variables. So basically, we really did not see much in the way of any relationships between the mangroves and diverse. There was an inverse relationship here, between the mangrove trajectory variable and the diverse food system score. So that was kind of an interesting finding, showing that as mangroves, basically, if mangroves have been declining, people seem to have higher diverse food systems, household diverse food systems that they rely on for food security. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. And you see that also here with per capita food expenditure being negatively correlated. The p-values are less than 0.1, but not less than 0.05. So some statistical significance, but not great, except for this one where there was also, in addition to Spearman calculation, a regression analysis done with those. On the other ones, though, they were positive, so that if you diversify the food systems in the household, it does seem to impact on the dietary diversity, making, improving nutrition and, the healthiness of the food varieties that people are eating. And also here, the diverse food system seems to be related to household income, which is also a positive, even though we really don't have any benefits, it seems, that we can confirm to the mangrove or shellfishing systems from the data that we used for this analysis. So we also saw no evidence of per capita expenditures on food consumption or household income influencing nutrition variables in the study. So the first hypothesis also kind of looked at some of the, at least, shellfish consumption with income and nutrition, but in this one, it was really kind of looking at it more at the per capita or household level, or per capita, within a household, and we found no relationships there. So here's, again, a summary of the hypotheses and what some of our conclusions are. Now, you'll see some of the arrows on two of the hypotheses where we had kind of the inverse relationship. I put them as kind of a down arrow, means we could not confirm them because it was opposite our expectations. And I think it'll be important that, you know, trying to understand why that is. So for instance, for diverse food systems increases household food expenditures, it could be that as households grow more of their own diverse food sources, then they're not going out and purchasing as much. Okay, so they're growing their own, so it could be a substitution issue rather than, you know, just because they're growing more food, they're also spending more on food. And the same with kind of the negative correlation between the diverse food systems and the improved mangrove health, that it could be that, you know, as a coping mechanism, that as the resources decline, they have to rely more on diverse food systems and less on the estuaries and the mangrove systems to support them. But, you know, looking further and more in depth into some of these kind of opposite our expectation findings, I think would be useful for subsequent researchers to look at, either to confirm whether our results are similar, and then why in fact those results seem to be a little bit different from what we thought. So I'm going to conclude with the presentation, and then we can open it up for discussion, but just some thoughts for future research. I think, you know, some of the limitations on what we did here was it would be great if there was a larger number of sites that was sampled. If you had an N of 20 or 30, I think we would have a lot more statistical rigor, but, you know, given the time and the budget we had, we just could not do that in many more sites. I think also a lesson learned would be that in the future, collecting all the household data in one survey from the same household would be better. That would also help us with some of the statistical analyses, which were difficult because it was different surveys from different households, even though it was from the same location. And as always, you know, we need to look at, you know, how did we measure the variables that we used? And could we consider different measures that might be better at trying to measure, you know, the variables that we're interested in looking at the relationships to. Now, the other thing in this study is that, you know, ideally what would be great would be time series where we have kind of before, and then we have a series of interventions and then look at a before after study, right? Even with controls, but in this study we didn't. So we didn't have the time to do that or the resources. So it was really kind of looking at a snapshot across 6 sites that would have, you know, different levels of the variables that we were measuring, and then look at the differences that way rather than time series. But I think time series data would probably be more robust and better, and perhaps could be considered for those in considering future research. And, you know, also lastly, I'd just like to remind us that, you know, this research in 2020 and 2021, and, you know, into the earlier part of 2022, you know, we have the COVID factor, and it's hard to say whether, you know, COVID and some of the impacts of COVID on fishing and on people, you know, this could have been a confounding factor. But, you know, we really don't know that. And maybe when COVID is gone a little bit more and other research is done where COVID is not so significant a factor, then maybe that could be answered later. So I'll stop my presentation there. I know that's a lot to try to chew on and digest after lunch, but you know, again, it's a summary. The report will be forthcoming at the later this month, where people can look at it with a lot more detail of the methodologies, the ways we measured those variables, and the, you know, the results of that. So thank you very much, and I'll hand it back to Karen if you want to, or Ernest. Karen, do you want to lead the facilitated discussion if there are questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Brian. So, you know, as you've all seen, this was the more academic part of the project work that we did. And so we did just want to present that to this group that includes, you know, academics and government analysts and decision makers, to show you the evidence base that the project will be producing and is producing, that's feeding into the toolkit and other recommendations for action that we're making. So these are there We have about 25 minutes for Q&A and discussion about the multivariate analysis. Are there any questions? Saliu, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Karen. And thank you very much, Brian, for a very interesting study, particularly that looking at the relationship between factors and effect and things like that. If we go to hypothesis 2, which talks about the effect of increased fishing on the mangrove health, I noticed there was a graph that seemed to go the other way that I was expecting. Do we have that readily? The Spearman-Rank correlation.
Sure, let me re-share and try to find that one. Can you, I don't see anything on my screen, so I'm not sure whether that's, you can see anything. Let's see what's going on
There
here.
we go. There it is.
Okay, it's up now.
Yep.
Okay, let me just kind of go back. Okay, so yeah, so one of these in particular.
It was increased fishing efforts on the health of the mangroves ecosystem.
Okay, that this one here.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. The graph there, mangrove health versus fishing mortality.
Yeah, so this is surprising, right? So that at least in these 6 sites, there's some, you know, again, it's not statistically significant, but as healthier mangroves, at least in these cases, seem to have higher fishing pressure and higher fishing mortality. So that's kind of, you know, an interesting finding, which was kind of, you know, and that also gets to the health and, you know, and the exploitation ratios, you know, in terms of whether they're overfished or underfished. So it's kind of hard. And I think with UCC and Ernest or Isaac, I think we might have had some conversations about this, that, you know, we're thinking there might be other ways to look at the data. I know they have some catch per unit of effort data, which was not used here in this analysis. It wasn't for all 6 sites, but that might be a better way to kind of look at this. Or we were also thinking of looking at number of shellfishers per unit of mangrove and look at that. But, you know, it could be that if the mangroves are healthier and you have more oysters, then that attracts more predators, right? So more fishers. So that might be why we see this sort of relationship. I think we can only really speculate right now, but certainly that opens up some interesting questions for further research for people to look at in the future.
Because my concern here is fishing of mangrove oysters would definitely affect the health of the mangroves, particularly in some areas where actually the women are chopping off the roots where the mangroves are, where the oysters are attached. And then they use some of the mangroves for actually steaming and shocking the oysters. At the same time, they can use the mangroves as well as fuel for smoking the oysters. So certainly if you have an increased oyster mortality, fishing mortality particularly, this will be accompanied by a degradation in the mangrove ecosystem health.
Yes, very good. I think that can be part of the explanation for that sort of trend relationship. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Brian, can I just make a comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So just to also add a bit to what Dr. Sanko has observed, but also to chip in that what we realized was that governance also played a role there, because, for instance, in the ecosystems around the Gambia, where there is some real co-management over there, they know, although fishing mortality could be very high there, they also have understood through the co-management that they don't have to cut these mangroves and all of that. So the mangrove ecosystem will still be very healthy, and that actually promotes the fishery for them, because then there is more fish because the oysters are attaching more to the roots and they have more to harvest. So where that was the observation on the ground. So that could also be an explanation that perhaps it's not a straight forward relationship that automatically, once they are harvesting the oysters, then they must be cutting the roots. What really is happening on the ground, that where there is good governance, the women are actually harvesting without cutting the roots. And so that could perhaps be the relationship we are seeing in that graph.
Yeah, and even in, for instance, also like in the Dentsu, you know, the women shellfishers have also reforested significant portions and have been protecting those reforested areas from others, men who might be involved in cutting or previous cutting. But, you know, the other thing we need to think about is those efforts, although we still want to promote them, and we know intuitively, right, that those are good practices, they may not be enough to show a overall, you know, change in the overall health of the mangrove ecosystem. And some of the other pressures that those ecosystems are facing may be greater, so that in spite of the fact that the women are doing the right thing and helping to improve the health, it's not enough to really make a big difference in the, you know, ecosystem wide, unless other pressures and threats are addressed as well. But again, you know, I think this has to be looked at a bit harder about that. But again, I think, as you're saying, Ernest, we definitely would not say from that finding that women should not replant mangroves or do other good practices that do less damage to mangroves from harvesting and processing.
Thanks, Brian. And now we have a question from, I think it's Aliou Diallo from COAPA, and then we'll call on Sylvie after that. Aliou?
Bonjour. Bonjour Karine, bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis Aliou Diallo, je travaille à la CAOPA, la Confédération africaine des organisations professionnelles de la pêche artisanale. Je sais pas si vous
Aliou, can I just interrupt you for a minute? I think you need to go to the French channel and then we'll get the English, because, so if you can click on your interpretation button at the bottom of your screen and then click on the French, then we will hear what you're saying in English.
Est-ce que maintenant c'est bon? Est-ce que c'est bon pour les interprètes?
Yes, I'm on the English channel and I can hear the interpretation fine. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Je disais que je suis Aliou Diallo, je travaille à la COPA. La COPA, c'est la Confédération africaine des organisations professionnelles de la pêche artisanale. Et je suis au Sénégal. Je vous remercie pour cette étude. J'ai plusieurs questions, mais ces questions vont s'adresser à Ernest et à Brian. La première, c'est que je voudrais savoir d'abord quel est le nombre de pays couverts par l'étude et quel est le nombre de personnes ou actrices touchées. Si j'ai bien compris, dans mes recherches, j'ai vu que ça couvrait 11 pays. Et là, en écoutant les deux présentations, on parle plus de la Gambie et du Ghana. Est-ce que l'étude a couvert uniquement les deux pays? Et on parle également de 6 sites. Ces sites, quels sont ces sites et qu'est-ce qui les caractérise? Ces sites, c'est situé où? Dans quel pays? Est-ce que c'est au Ghana? Est-ce que c'est en Gambie? Et quelle a été la méthodologie de l'étude? Je vous remercie. S'il y a des précisions par rapport aux questions, je reste encore à l'écoute. Merci.
Okay, Ernest, do you want to?
Yes. So I guess generally, if I got it right, he wants to know the scope of the study in terms of coverage along the West African coast, and perhaps the approach to collecting the data in the field. So the studies we have done are in two major types. One was the participatory shell fishery assessment. And this assessment was done in 11 countries. If you can hear me, please. It was done in 11 countries in West Africa, along the coast of West Africa, from Senegal to the west, down towards the east to Nigeria. So if you count the number of countries in between there, including Senegal and Nigeria, that is 11 countries. And to get information from all of these countries, what we did was we had to work with country focal persons in each of these countries. So we had 11 different country focal persons representing each country. And each focal person conducted the participatory assessment using a survey instrument that had been developed by the project. And also this instrument was tested with the country focal persons who made inputs into this survey instrument. Now, these country focal persons went to all some communities within their countries where there were shell fisheries. And if I say shell fisheries, I mean the focus of this project was on estuarine and mangrove ecosystem-based shell fisheries. And we didn't zoom in on only oysters, but we looked at the other shellfish that could be found in these ecosystems. So generally, that was the approach for the regional assessment. I'll cut it short there. And then there was a site-based research that now focused on Ghana and the Gambia. And these are two countries where we had enough evidence of co-management at certain sites. So we decided to go to these two countries and do a site-specific analysis at 3 sites for each country. And there, project partners went in and collected various forms of data that Brian has talked about that came together to form the multivariate analysis. So if that explains very well the question, then that is the answer I'm giving to that. Thank you.
Yeah, if
Okay,
I could
thank
just
you.
add, so the type of data collected was household data, individual data from shell fishing households, but also physicochemical parameters within the estuaries themselves, and some of the mangrove, using remote sensing. So there was, multi-methods used, whether we were collecting the environmental data on the systems themselves, or other data from households of shellfishers.
Okay, so let's hear from Sylvie Numonbi. Sylvie, you had a question?
Oui, allô, bonjour tout le monde. Allô, vous m'entendez? Ok, merci. Moi, c'est Sylvie Numonbi, je suis responsable suivi évaluation de l'ONG EcoBena, qui a participé à la collecte des données pour cette étude-là, puisque EcoBena a contribué à la création des aires communautaires. Et dans ce cadre, dans le cadre de la gestion de ces aires communautaires, on travaille à la préservation des écosystèmes. Et dans ce cadre, on travaille avec les collecteurs d'huîtres et autres coquillages dans le but de pouvoir assurer une certaine intégrité des zones de mangrove. Du coup, c'est dans ce cadre qu'on travaille avec et les pêcheurs et les marailleuses et les collectrices, souvent c'est les femmes en fait, d'huîtres en question. Du coup, ce qu'on a remarqué sur le terrain, la nécessité de préservation des écosystèmes va de pair avec la nécessité aussi d'utilisation des bonnes pratiques de collecte de ces coquillages-là. Du coup, quand on travaille sur ces deux aspects, on se rend compte que les deux vont de pair et à chaque fois, il faudrait simplement que les femmes qui collectent ces huîtres-là puissent être imprégnées des bonnes pratiques et simplement savoir que tant que l'intégrité des mangroves n'est pas assurée, qu'il n'y aura pas elles ne pourront pas collecter assez d'huîtres. Et l'étude a été faite, on a fourni des données à part à la suite de ça. Mais ce que j'aimerais faire, moi, je veux savoir les aboutissants, en fait, de cette collecte de données qu'on avait, enfin, auxquelles on a participé. Puisque on était parti auprès des dames, ils nous disent, mais vous êtes venus, qu'est-ce que vous faites pour nous à propos de la production de ces coquillages-là? Parce que chez nous ici, ce n'est pas aussi, comment on dit, étendu la production. Elles vont collecter, mais la plupart ne produisent pas. Du coup, c'est ce que la nature offre qu'elles vont collecter à chaque fois. Maintenant, c'est de travailler avec ces femmes à produire ça, et ça se fait déjà sous d'autres cieux, comme au Sénégal et tout le reste. Raison pour laquelle je veux savoir les tenants et les aboutissants de cette étude en question, parce qu'elles ont été impliquées et elles veulent savoir à quoi ça va aboutir. Ce serait une étude parmi tant d'autres. C'est vraiment ma question. Merci.
Okay, if I might quickly respond to clarify one thing, which is the study that Brian presented was not conducted in Benin. That was the site-based research. The findings that Brian presented are the site-based research in the Gambia and Ghana. The study that Benin participated in is the regional assessment of the 11 countries to find out the scale and scope of women's shell fisheries activities in the region, including Benin as one of the 11 countries covered. But I think an answer to Sylvie's question is that the outcome of that regional assessment is exactly what we're going to be presenting, in the next 2 hours, which is the development of a toolkit that can then be used by especially organizations such as yours, Eco Benin, by government actors, and by resource user group leaders themselves to come up with some improved management planning and actions that might both enhance the production side and the habitat side and the post-harvest side to improve values that can then feed back into incentivizing management. So we hope that the toolkit that we're going to talk about over the next 2 hours is a tool and a product of this effort that the project has done in the regional assessment that will now help stakeholders to work with their communities to find effective interventions and to help, continue to build the community of practice to help everyone find the resources, financial, technical, and human to support these efforts. So that's what we hope. We have several more questions now and only about 10 minutes left for our discussion. So let's, Sylvie,
Okay,
is that okay?
merci. Ok, merci. J'espère que, oui, j'ai compris très bien. J'espère que cette boîte à outils, la boîte à outils serait vraiment mise à disposition. Parce que là, maintenant, je vois qu'elle disait que l'étude, pour la première partie, ça n'a pas tenu compte des données fournies par les organisations comme la nôtre au Bénin, par exemple. C'est ce que j'ai compris tout à l'heure. Mais j'ai compris, et je suis ravie déjà par rapport à la boîte à outils qui va venir, ne serait-ce que pour impulser davantage la promotion de des coquillages au niveau de nos organisations et des communautés avec lesquelles on travaille. Je suis d'ores et déjà ravie.
Okay, and just to say that the toolkit is available in the invitation that you received to this workshop. There is a link to the toolkit in English, which is the finished, formatted toolkit. There is also a link to the French translation of the toolkit, which hasn't been put in its final format yet. And there's still some editing that has to be perfected. But in your invitation document with the agenda, you have a link to both the English and the French working draft of the toolkit. And the final formatted French version with all the editing completed will be done this month. So we hope you'll start accessing and using the toolkit already. It is available. And that is one of the purposes of this workshop, is to let everyone know that and to familiarize you with it. So thank you, Sylvie, and we're really looking forward to working more with you.
Oui, merci à vous, j'en suis ravie aussi. Merci beaucoup, Karen. Ouais. Merci beaucoup à vous. Merci à tout le monde.
Okay, so let's move on to some other questions. Abdul Karim Sal. Abdul, you had a question? Abdul Karim Sal, you have your hand up. Okay, then let's move on to Zachary Sohu.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for this meeting. My first question, I want to know why you focus your attention on only 2 countries when you say that the project covers many countries. That's my first question. The second question, would the purpose to be recommend breeding of oyster by women for farmers to grow the oyster?
Mm-hmm.
The third question, I think that Madame Sylvie asked a second part of this question. Now I think that we have students, for example, who is working on the oyster in thesis. Are there any possibility for funding his research activities? Thank you.
Karen, do you want to take that question? Those
Sure.
questions?
The question on 2 countries. First is that, this was a 2-year project with limited time and resources. And the 2 countries that we chose to focus on are the 2 countries that have case studies of approved and gazetted women shellfisher co-management plans that delegate exclusive use rights to women shellfishers in the Densu estuary in Ghana and in the Tambi wetlands in the Gambia. So that's why we chose those 2 countries. And then we picked 2 additional sites in each country for comparison purposes, where there's less, variations in mangrove health and variations in governance of the shell fisheries is what we were looking for. So that's why we focused on those 2 countries for the site-based research. But I think people are getting confused that we also conducted a regional study that covered 11 countries from Senegal to Nigeria, just to see, it focused on different things, not those specific issues, but it looked at how many ecosystems where if shell fisheries existed, what were the species, how many women were doing shell fishing in these areas, were they organized, etc. Those were the kind of information that was collected in the regional study, which is not what was presented by Brian. Brian presented only the site-based research. Second question, what about farming oysters? Yes, very good question. There have been some pilots in the West Africa region in various countries, Senegal, the Gambia, other places. So it's certainly an option where further, piloting and data is needed to understand what methods can work best and whether, when the shift to aquaculture makes sense economically, when wild harvests might still be plentiful in many places. Zachary, does that answer your question? Oh, financial.
Yes,
also asked
I
about
ask a
financial
question
resources.
about, yes, any possibility to fund a research activity for students, for example, in thesis research. Is it possible to fund a student in PhD, for example, for research activities?
Well, right now, specifically on this project, we don't have that type of funding, but the advantage of this network and this community of practice is that you're being put in touch with a lot of academic partners in this network who you might be able to continue discussing these opportunities with and work together on future opportunities. That's, I think, what we can offer at this point on this project is your networking opportunities. We don't have this project is, has limited resources, and we're just trying to highlight the need in the sector. So, all right, let's keep going with some questions because we only have a few minutes left before we're going to take a break. So, Abdoulaye Diallo.
Karen, there are some comments also. There are some questions in the chat box. I don't know if we want to pick one or two of them. I think one critical one that is asking, what are the impacts of this project on stakeholders, particularly women that work with the shellfish? I put in an answer. I think Brian has also put in an answer, but just to echo that for people who may not read the chat, that basically this study was planned to sort of make information available. Before this project, what the observation was that you cannot find information on women-led shell fisheries in West Africa. You Google it, you find nothing. So what we have done is that now there is we are bringing the attention of governments all across West Africa that there is this important fishery that we all have to pay attention to. So now if you go online and you Google for each country, women-led shell fisheries in estuarine and mangrove areas, there is information for each country that state actors can look at and see what is happening now and take it from there. So this project—
Wait, I just have to interrupt you because you don't have to Google it. You just have to go to Annex J of the toolkit, and the regional report is there, and all of the country reports are there, and you just have to click on the picture and it will take you to it. Annex J of the toolkit. They are all there and the links are there.
Okay, excellent. So that toolkit that we are highlighting today has all of the information that you need to know about shell fisheries, women-led shell fisheries in West Africa today. And I think that is a very remarkable achievement for the women, especially for the women, because now we are highlighting. And today, this group of people that we have gathered here, as a result of the intervention that this project has brought, have brought all of us here to talk about this issue of women-led fisheries. And this is very important. We have not seen this, and we think this is also very significant. So these are some of the main impacts that this project is making. And there is one other question asking if we looked at the cultural and religious aspect of this whole fishery. And so the comment I want to make there is, well, not exactly, but then yes, we asked for the traditional management systems that are in place in different countries. And we got several responses that we have actually documented in all of these reports. And it also has gone into a final regional report, which is the paper that we have also published. There are very interesting findings as to the traditional governance methods or measures that are put in place to actually conserve and manage these shell fisheries as well. Thank you. Karen, you're muted, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to get back to Abdullah for one last intervention before we take a break. Abdullah Jallo.
Hello, good day.
Bonjour.
Thank you.
Moi, c'est Kadri Abdoulaye, de chef service à la mairie d'Anéa au Togo. Donc, j'aimerais savoir, bon, vous m'excusez un peu, j'étais venu un peu en retard, j'ai un petit problème de micro. Je ne sais pas si on a déjà abordé ma question. Maintenant, j'aimerais savoir, comme chez nous ici, nous sommes en train de travailler sur la réorganisation de pêche dans notre commune. Mais on n'a pas prêté attention à une étude de mollusques. C'est à la suite du passage du point focal qu'on a pu avoir une idée. Mais j'aimerais savoir à travers cette étude, est-ce qu'il y a une chaîne qui a été drainée, par exemple pour assurer l'autonomisation financière de ces femmes à travers la production, la transformation, le marché, pour créer, pour entraîner une autonomisation financière de ces femmes? Merci beaucoup.
So I think we'll get into that, Karen, in the toolkit presentation a bit on kind of good practices and recommendations.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should proceed on because a lot of the questions now are about the issues that will come up in the toolkit. And we do have time for Francophone and Anglophone breakout groups where you'll be discussing the contents of the toolkit and reporting back. So thanks, Brian, for the presentation of the multivariate analysis. And thank you everyone for this discussion. Please put your questions for those of you who weren't able to, yes, Austin?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Sorry, just a quick question on the presentation, please.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Roosevelt Daniels from Liberia. On the
Seems we lost.
The study sites were limited.
Roosevelt, you're breaking up. We can't hear you very well. So I would suggest that you put your question in the chat.
Hello, I have a question for Brian before he goes.
Brian will be with us later, right, Brian?
Yes, I'll be throughout the workshop.
We really have to stick to our timetable. I'm really sorry.
You give me the platform. You give me the platform, and the other guy started speaking.
Yes,
you know,
I saw that. Okay, yeah, Abdullah, Roosevelt, please type your question in the chat. Abdullah, please quickly ask your question.
Yes, thank you very much. And then I thank you to all the presenters. And then there's a guy who said there's scanty information about Shellfisheries, which I quite agree. I wanted to ask Brian, thank you for the presentation on multivar, and he presented on the, I think, the fishing pressure between Ghana and Gambia. And then one of the explanations you gave was the presence of co-management in the Gambia. So I wanted to ask whether did you take into account landings and the total number of fishermen that are involved and the square areas where these things are being taken? That is the first question. The other questions with regard to the temperatures recorded in this area. I don't know if you have information at what level, at what temperature will affect oyster growth and oyster mortality in relation to also to DO. Yes, and then the other things that I wanted to ask, like the Senegalese asked, is about possible fundings to increase the scope of these studies. I think it's going to be very good. I mean, myself, I've already taken your email, Brian, and the other lady, and I'm very interested into the assessment of the oyster within the Gambia. That is that distribution abundance and the level of fishing efforts within the Gambia. Even not with this project, but maybe with the universities, and see how this can be taken forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think UCC can maybe elaborate, but just quickly, in the data and results that I presented to you, we did not use landings data, catch per unit of effort. The fishing mortality and exploitation ratios were derived from length frequency data collected monthly at all of the sites, but there is some landings data, but we didn't use that here. With respect to, temperature, I know that, extreme hot temperatures will kill the oysters eventually, but at what particular temperature, I think it has to be, in some areas like in Senegal, you have hypersaline situations or very shallow systems where the temperatures can get very high. But it depends on the how high the temperature is and for how long they're immersed in that. If we boil them, then they'll definitely die. But I don't know what the upper limit range is for what period of survivability. I do know for dissolved oxygen that if the dissolved oxygen drops below about 2, then you're getting into the situation where you'll probably start to see oyster mortality. So they can live in fairly low dissolved oxygen environments, but if you have estuaries that have high, biochemical oxygen demand, a lot of organic loading going in, and they start to turn anoxic, then the oysters, will start to die off if they don't get enough oxygen.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Brian, just to add a bit to that, just to add something to the tolerable limits of these physicochemical properties of the estuaries. So for temperature, over the years, of course, we have not done a tolerance study, but over the year within the natural ecosystems, the data that we have taken, generally we observe that within the temperatures of from 22 degrees to somewhere about 30 degrees, the oysters are surviving and doing well. What we also got with relationships between temperature and growth in a previous study we did was that we realized that the increasing temperatures sort of increase growth performance. So the oysters are sort of metabolizing better in warmer temperatures within the year. So across the year, when there are warmer temperatures, there is faster growth. What really affects oyster mortality is salinity. And salinity is the single most important factor when it comes to survival of the oysters within the ecosystem. So a salinity of less than, say, 0.5 or below 5, then you are in for trouble. The oysters may be dying. 0 salinity means all the oysters can die. Also, 0 salinity or very low salinity means that reproduction is very slow. Larval forms will not survive within these temperatures. And so you have stocks dwindling very fast within the raining seasons. So these are some of the answers we have from studies that we have done so far. Turbidity is one other critical factor. When the rains come in and the ecosystems are very turbid, you realize very slow performance in growth and also in reproductive capacity. What it essentially means is that the oysters are not feeding well, their gills are clogging, so filtration is very low, and when they are filtering sediments, and so feeding is a challenge there. So basically, as an overview, these are some of the ecological information we have. And if there is the need for more information, we can talk later. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. But the questions of collaboration is not answered. And then with regards to the fishing mortality, I don't know, Ghana, I think they have mining areas. So I don't know how far some of these areas are also very far from the estuaries and how it will affect these things. As Gambia, we don't have that.
Yes, so I'm really, really sorry, but we're going over time and we can't keep, we have to respect the remainder of our agenda, but please, we will get into some contamination issues in the toolkit. And then you can discuss some of them in your groups with the facilitators. But I would like to highlight, thank you, Ernest, for saying that salinity is one of the key factors. I hope you'll all notice that on the cover of the toolkit, we did choose a picture of the oyster women stakeholders using a salinimeter. So it's not for nothing that the picture on the cover of the toolkit is related to salinity. Anyway, thank you all so much. What this indicates to us is that there's really a need and a strong desire for everyone to continue this discussion and have more detailed information about the shell fisheries and our findings. So we really appreciate that. And we're sorry we couldn't answer all the detailed questions right here. Please continue to put them in the chat and we'll continue more detailed discussions later with everyone's contacts. So I'd just like to say right now, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we will start on presentations of the toolkit and then breakout groups in Francophone and Anglophone to have some discussions about it. So right now we're at 9:41. So we'll come back in 5 minutes at 9:46. I'm sorry, at 1:46 GMT, I think. 1:46 GMT, 5 minutes from now. Please, everyone, stay on the line though, don't disconnect. So 5-minute break, we'll see you all in a few minutes. Can someone just confirm that you're seeing the full screen of the toolkit cover?
Yes, Karen.
Okay, thank you.
I can see that.
Hi, Karen. What did you say something? I just stepped away. I can see your first
Yeah,
slide.
I just wanted to confirm that the
Yeah, I
full
can see it.
screen is properly
Yep.
shown. All right.
Yeah. Karen, there were a couple of questions in the chat that are in French. So I don't know if you might want to just look at them and see if you want to answer them. I think there were 2. If you scroll up, at least 2.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it right now, Brian.
Okay, all right.
I have to, manage my.
Okay, after your
messages and-
presentation, maybe
yeah.
you could go back while I'm presenting and try to
Okay.
see if you can answer those, or if somebody else can, but my French is not gonna be able to understand them.
Yeah. And Karen, I also think perhaps we use just the few perhaps 2 minutes to also acknowledge some of the participants, especially the groups. I mean, on that, not too long, but very short. So we see some women groups and others, but we don't know exactly who maybe just Gambia, just say hi, Benin, etc. Maybe something very brief. So we can.
Okay, that's as long as people are willing to stay longer, Isaac. I mean, you know, time is, as long as people are willing for the sessions to go over, we can do those. Or we can sacrifice 5 minutes of the break, the next break. Do we have a break? No. Yeah, we do have a quick break. We have a 10-minute break, so we can sacrifice a few minutes of that. All right, it's 9:46. We'll start. So who's gonna call out those groups? Isaac?
Okay.
All right, so welcome back, everyone. We wanted to acknowledge before we start the toolkit.
Okay. La Guinée après. Oui, nous avons compris après la pause.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. We want to acknowledge some of the groups that are together in person before we start with the toolkit presentation. So Isaac, would you like to invite those groups to say hello?
Yes, so we see a group with a login and those who Noelle. Those who, where are you from, please? Benin? Is it Benin? Or those who Noelle? It looks like Profadite is trying to talk, but he's on mute. Yeah, because we see a group that those who is a group. We also have.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Madame Noélie, es-tu bénin? Madame Noélie, es-tu bénin?
It's for Benin. Okay. Good.
Oui, elle est
so,
Austrique.
yeah,
Elle est productrice.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Gambia. Can we just say hi to the group? I know you're also there in the group. With the Gambia. Okay. I see another group honoring the sun.
Hello, this is Gambia.
Hi. Yes, the Gambia group. Oh, okay, great to see you. Wow, it's a large group, right? Very large group. Gambia. Okay.
But our connection is very poor.
Oh, very sorry about that.
Yeah, we have a bad connection here, Isaac.
Okay. All right. So, Karen, I think we can go on, and then when you finish the presentation, in the later discussion, we'll see which other groups are on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Isaac, and thank you all the groups who are together listening in. We'll figure out who all those participants are later. So now we wanted to begin presenting the contents of the toolkit, which, as we mentioned before, in your invitation, there is a link to the toolkit, which is now available online. This is what the cover looks like. There's also a working version in French that will be completed in July, and we'll have this same format. It will be at the same link when it's completed. Right now, there's a Word version of the French translation that Francophones can access. So we just want to say that we believe this is really the first practical guide for the design and implementation of women's shellfish co-management in West Africa. And by co-management, we really mean a process of management in which government shares power with resource users. And again, this toolkit was developed under the Women Shellfishers and Food Security Project, funded by USAID, implemented by URI in partnership with the University of Ghana, the University of Cape Coast, Tri-Oyster Women's Association, and World Agroforestry Center. And we really appreciate that partnership. And it was also developed with the participation of many of you in a workshop on March 21st earlier this year. So those acknowledgements are mentioned in the toolkit as well. And we thank you all for your feedback in developing this. So the objectives of the toolkit are to share the evidence base, to increase awareness, and to equip stakeholders, yourselves, to adapt and apply successful approaches to co-management of shellfish by women in West Africa. And we do want to highlight that this toolkit contributes to achievement of many overarching goals and objectives globally, including the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the FAO voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries in the context of food security and poverty eradication, and several USAID policies, including their global food security strategy, the newest one, the biodiversity policy, and the gender equity and women's empowerment policy, among many other global standards and objectives. So who is the target audience for the toolkit? We have in yellow at the top of this chart the actual resource user groups and associations who are directly involved in extraction and management of the resource. And we have government agencies who are the authorities, the decision-making authorities over fisheries resources. So these are our two main audiences. We hope that user groups will use the toolkit to organize and initiate action at the community level to improve resource management, livelihoods, food security, and nutrition, that they'll use it to advocate for use rights and resource user-led governance of shell fisheries. And we hope that user groups will use it to empower women as ecosystem stewards and beneficiaries of improved value chains in shell fisheries. For government agencies, including fisheries, forestry, environment, gender, and many others, we hope they will adopt and use the toolkit. We hope that government agencies will achieve cross-sectoral objectives, even though your resources and your capacity may be limited. If you facilitate resource user-led, rights-based co-management of shell fisheries, you can facilitate a lot of action with fewer resources. Now, in the orange, we have other stakeholders that support the efforts of resource users and responsible authorities. And those include research and academic institutions, local NGOs and regional institutions, and donors. So here we've listed some of the ways in which we hope those audiences will also support the effort. For research, you can draw inspiration from the toolkit to support routine data collection and monitoring systems for management planning and decision-making. Many of these systems, as we've discussed, don't currently exist for collecting data in this sector. You can use it to document where little or no documentation exists. You can share and disseminate an improved evidence base for any research that you conduct. And you can advance studies that are demand-driven and participatory that can be applied directly by users. You can also champion outreach efforts. Local NGOs and regional institutions can plan sustainability actions and respond to livelihoods, gender, and climate change challenges and opportunities using the toolkit. And donors, we hope, will develop priority investments for both the short and long term and can identify no regrets nature-based solutions for biodiversity, food security, resilience, and climate change adaptation and mitigation investments. And as many of you have mentioned, the need for financing so far, we hope donors will be inspired by this toolkit as well. So as we've already discussed, bivalve shell fisheries, primarily cockles and oysters, are the most important to women in West Africa. And these livelihoods largely fall within the small scale fisheries sector, but they often go unnoticed in official statistics, both in volume and value of these harvests. And the USAID Women Shellfishers and Food Security Project has provided for the first time a regional study of the estuarine and mangrove ecosystem-based shell fisheries in a report that Ernest has mentioned, authored by UCC, led by UCC, that many of you have participated in. And these are some of the findings from that report, including more than 1.5 million hectares of mangrove areas with potential shell fishing sites, more than 54,000 mangrove ecosystem-based shellfish harvesters in the 11 countries surveyed. 79% of these shellfish harvesters are women, and more than 565,000 direct household beneficiaries of shell fisheries, with more than 300,000 metric tons of volume harvested by women and potentially unreported annually. And that amounts to more than 300 million US dollars of potentially undocumented value harvested by women in the shell fisheries. The dominant species across all the countries surveyed included the mangrove oyster, the periwinkle, and the bloody cockle. So this regional study was really important as a basis for framing this toolkit, because we see that, you know, there are many opportunities and enabling conditions across the region, including that women harvesters are present at all value chain nodes. There's over 495,000 hectares that's already prioritized as Ramsar sites in coastal mangrove areas, and more than 30 women shellfisher groups that are already organized across the 11 countries surveyed. So we really hope this toolkit will enable you all to build upon these findings and take advantage of these opportunities. The other rationale for this toolkit is that, as we've said, women's shellfish livelihoods are a promising entry point for cross-sectoral benefits, including sustainable shell fisheries, mangrove conservation, food security, and nutrition. And all of these interlinkages are in the context of you know, improved climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation, and household and community resilience. So a lot of opportunities for win-win situations here. So the toolkit then also goes on to talk about the barriers and opportunities for the development of shell fisheries in West Africa. I didn't want to spend a lot of time on the details of the barriers. Those are listed in this section of the toolkit, but they include issues such as lack of prioritization of the sector, gender inequities and bias, and lack of information and incentive to encourage cross-sectoral collaboration. But here we want to focus on highlighting a few briefly of the key opportunities that we've identified. And those include what I've shown in bubbles here, and which are listed in the toolkit, that, you know, bivalves in particular have an advantage for small scale community-based management because they don't move the results, and they have, you know, a relatively short life cycle. The results can be seen in short periods of time, and the management units can be small, relatively small areas, unlike some other fisheries like small pelagics, which are much more difficult to manage because of the broad management units. Also, that ministries of fisheries working with shellfishers could be an effective entry point to better management. And as we said just now, that women harvesters dominate all nodes of the value chains. This creates an opportunity to incentivize improved shellfish management, because if you improve any node of the value chain, the harvesters will also benefit. Again, this opportunity doesn't exist in many fisheries where those who are processing and marketing are not the same people who are harvesting, and the economic benefits often don't trickle back to the harvesters. But in this case, the women harvesters are at all the nodes in the value chain. So any improvement can benefit the harvesters and incentivize those efforts for sustainable management. Also, there are increasingly documented linkages between women's empowerment and sustainable fisheries, as Brian highlighted in our findings as well as many others. And we also have now documented the strong motivation of women shellfishers as drivers of mangrove conservation when they are provided with a rights-based fisheries co-management platform. And we've seen this in the cases of the Dentsu and the Tambi, where women shellfishers have taken the initiative to improve the mangrove ecosystem through replanting and many other protective measures. Finally, there are opportunities for multiple ministries with limited means who can benefit from contributions to their goals and public commitments. As we mentioned, many of these sites where shell fisheries exist are Ramsar sites. Ministries of environment have committed globally to protecting and conserving these global biodiversity resources. This type of approach and activity can help those ministries to do that. Finally, many ministries of environment, forestry, parks and wildlife, and others in West Africa have already successful approaches for community-based mangrove management that can also be an entry point for sustainable shellfish management and creating positive feedback loops. So next, the toolkit has a section that includes the basics on the biology and ecology of the major shellfish species harvested in West Africa. We're talking about the Casostrea tulipa, the West African mangrove oyster that you see here in this picture, and the same species that you see here, which can exist on the bottom substrate, as in this picture from the Dentsu in Ghana. The toolkit includes, some description of the life cycle of the mangrove oyster, as excerpted here, and then information about the other two dominant species in West Africa for women shellfishers, which include the bloody cockle on the left and the West African periwinkle on the right. So what are we talking about in our approach? The approach we're promoting in the toolkit is shown in this figure, and makes the argument that rights-based, ecosystem-based co-management of shell fisheries by women is an effective entry point for improving ecosystem health in all of the ecosystem services, the broad portfolio of ecosystem services that result from thriving biodiversity, and eventually the human outcomes. The other thing we're highlighting in this toolkit with our model is that we're not just focusing on shell fisheries, but we're adding mangrove management and associated seascape livelihoods and food systems to the model, because women shellfishers can't do it all alone when it comes to habitat management. There are many other pressures on the habitat that also need to be addressed directly. So the toolkit adds that aspect to the shellfish management model. So the model approach relies upon principles that are, building on Eleanor Ostrom's design principles for managing natural resource commons. And those are also strongly aligned, and this toolkit is strongly aligned, as previously said, with the FAO voluntary guidelines for securing small-scale fisheries. And the toolkit does in fact include an annex that has a table showing the linkages of this approach with the FAO guidelines. And that was a direct result, I believe, Dauda Sen, of your comment during the Toolkit workshop, that you wanted us to show more strongly the alignment with these FAO guidelines. So that we've done in an annex, and we hope it will help stakeholders to make those linkages when they are advocating for development of the sector. So other guiding principles strongly represented in the toolkit include co-management, meaning sharing of power with government and resource users, participatory approach, for example, as shown in this photo here, that resource users and others are involved in decision-making and management benefits. Rights-based, which approach, which means the delegation of access rights and use rights to resource users as a best practice. Gender sensitive, which ensures consideration of gender-specific needs, such as household responsibility, capacity development to address lower literacy rates, more difficult access to business skills and finance that are experienced by women in general, and very importantly, an approach to value chain improvements that doesn't displace women and reduce their economic opportunity. As we said, women are at all nodes of the value chain, and we don't want value chain improvements to displace them. Ecosystem-based refers to maintaining critical habitat that supports shell fisheries and viewing management actions on that habitat scale, that it's not shell fisheries alone, but the whole ecosystem. Adaptive management, ensuring that there's flexibility to quickly adjust to changing context or to new information as it becomes available, especially since there is such a lack of information and experience in many places in the details of these fisheries. Plans need to be able to take in the new information and quickly adjust. And also an integrated approach, which speaks to taking a broader view of the shell fisheries system to include aspects such as water quality, human health, food security, and the livelihood development needs of shellfishers. So for initiating a shell fishery co-management planning process, we've highlighted in the toolkit two co-management plans, the Dentsu estuary in Ghana and the Tambi wetlands in the Gambia, that follow the process that we're describing here and most of the principles that we just covered. In brief, a shell fishery co-management plan should analyze the current situation of the fishery, set out principles to be followed in management, detail the goals and objectives for the fishery, indicate how they will be achieved, and say how they will be monitored. So in the toolkit, we've taken this graphic from Hinson et al., which is a published guide on how to manage a fishery. And we've adapted that to the shell fisheries situation in West Africa, but maintaining the 4 phases. Phase 1, where are you now? Phase 2, where do you want to be? Phase 3, how are you going to get there? And phase 4, how will you know that you're there? So this just illustrates that in getting from where you are to where you want to be is not a linear process, but an iterative feedback loop of planning, doing, reviewing, planning, doing, reviewing. And it's a very dynamic process that should keep in mind, integrating new information as it becomes available. So just briefly, the steps in the planning process that we've defined in the toolkit are 13 steps as follows. First, defining the fishery. Second, stakeholder analysis. Third, defining the fishery situation. And fourth, identifying institutional arrangements. So these are all part of phase 1. Where are you now? Phase 2, where you want to be. The step 5 is defining a vision and purpose and goals and objectives so that you know where you want to be. Phase 2. Phase 3 includes identifying management measures, identifying penalties and sanctions, identifying the resources needed to plan and implement. And then finally, phase 4, how do you know that you're there? Formal approval of a management plan, implementation of the plan, monitoring of the management plan, and a review of the management plan, continuous review. And again, the feedback loops. None of this, although there are 13 steps, none of this is linear, and many of the steps may happen simultaneously or not in this exact sequence. And in this diagram and in the toolkit, this diagram is there as well. It highlights the Eleanor Ostrom's design principles and how they are coming into play at each of these stages of the planning process. So to go a bit more slowly now through the phases and highlight a few points that we've made in the toolkit. For phase 1, preparing to develop the management plan and knowing where you are now at the beginning. Step 1 is to define the fishery that your management plan is focusing on and what are the boundaries of the management area. And as we said, for the bivalves, this is a bit easier because they don't move and the management area boundaries can be more manageable, more limited. Step 2, stakeholder analysis, is to carry out a stakeholder analysis and decide how you're going to involve the stakeholders. At this step, in addition to mapping stakeholders, it's important to know the extent to which resource users are organized into either formal or informal groups and associations. This is a very important consideration for how you will involve those stakeholders in the management planning process. If they're organized, that can be a much easier participation if they already have representatives. And also just to highlight that in Annex H of the toolkit, we have a list of organized groups in each of the 11 countries that were identified during the regional assessment. So at this step, you can already begin taking advantage of the information that we collected during the regional. And there are 30 organized groups. I'm hearing the French at the same time now, I don't know why. There are 30 organized groups already identified in that annex. Step 3, the situation analysis, includes first and foremost some kind of a stock assessment if it's available, but bear in mind that this may not be available for shell fisheries, and different types of data that may be qualitative, but that can be improved on as time goes on, may be enough to get started. For example, surveys of shellfisher recall, of how the fishery, level of fishing effort now, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and how the trends have been developing, is one way to collect information on the status of the fishery. These can be done through participatory rural appraisal methods. For example, there's a PRA report with questionnaires and exercises from the Dentsu fisheries situation analysis that is linked in the toolkit, and people can just click on that and find the tools that were used for that situation analysis, since a stock assessment did not exist. And that includes, capitalizing on local ecological knowledge in addition to any available scientific knowledge. Situation analysis also can include legal review. of legal enabling conditions for the delegation of use rights to resource users, but we wanted to highlight that stakeholders should be encouraged to identify and take initiatives within their own control and drive development of improved enabling conditions through their own demonstrated experience. In other words, even if legal enabling conditions don't exist or aren't at the stage that would be desired for the delegation of use and access rights, pilot projects can be implemented. Communities and stakeholders can take their own initiatives and demonstrate to policymakers and decision makers what works and what needs to be done to facilitate that kind of legal enabling environment. Step 4, institutional arrangements. The main point here is that once the management planning process begins, a planning group should be formed to initiate the process with resource users, but it might not necessarily be the same group that is the final management committee that's charged with implementation. But the key point is that community-based management, the resource users need to be the prime members of the management committee that eventually is in charge of implementation. All right, so phase 2, where do you want to be, involves identifying the vision and purpose and agreement among stakeholders on that, and then linking goals and objectives to accomplish that vision and purpose. And the goals and objectives are generally biological, ecological, social, and economic. So crossing over those aspects. And I've included here just a quick example of purpose linked to goals, linked to specific objectives. This is an example from the Dentsu co-management plan in Ghana, just to give a quick snapshot of how those purpose, goals, and objectives might be articulated and linked in a management plan. And this is one of the figures in the toolkit. So it's not to go over it in detail, but just to make you aware that these types of examples are there to guide you in the toolkit. So phase 3, developing the management plan. How are you going to get to your vision and purpose? Step 7 is deciding on the management actions that you're going to take to achieve the objectives. And Brian will be presenting an extensive section on management options that are outlined in the toolkit. So I won't go into detail here on that. But it's the important points to think about at this step are that it's important to stay practical and take into account what a small group of resource users can accomplish on their own with limited resources. It's important that the actions be user-focused and that minimize dependence on outside agents or institutions to implement them. So what we're going for here is management measures that are feasible and actionable by resource users, taking into account the capacity that exists on the ground. Also, to highlight that a precautionary approach should be taken when data is limited, as it is in most of the shell fisheries in West Africa. So that means that the management measures should be conservative, because once the fishery is degraded, it's much harder to get it back to health. Step 8, penalties and sanctions. Best practice in this regard calls for graduated sanctions, where penalties for a first offense would be lighter than a second or third or follow-on offense, and that these penalties should be considered fair by the resource users and balance between being strong enough to deter infractions, but not so harsh that no one wants to impose them on the violators. So working with stakeholders to strike that balance. Step 9, identifying resources to implement the management plan includes budget requirements, but also in-kind resources of the resource users themselves, and in-kind resources of those who can play supporting roles, such as academia, NGOs, government agencies, and others. Phase 4, planning to implement, evaluate, review the management plan. So how you'll know that you're getting to your purpose and objectives. Step 10 is formal approval. Rulemaking rights recognized by outside authorities. So this is usually the National Fisheries Agency or a local government authority if they've been delegated authority for fisheries management. And this is a very important step to legitimize the management plan and the rights, if any, delegated to resource users, and to make it legally enforceable and respected by all. And although it's best to have one lead agency approve the management plan, it could be signed and endorsed with concurrence from other ministries and other authorities, including traditional authorities, to reinforce their collaboration with, as we mentioned earlier, one of the participants mentioned the cultural and traditional aspects of shellfish management. So this isn't ignoring that, but wants to integrate those concerns. Step 11, implementation. Many communities begin informal implementation of the management plan long before it's formally approved by outside authorities. This was the case both in the Gambia and in Ghana, where I believe it was 2 to 3 years before these plans were signed and gazetted by the ministries of fisheries, that the communities were already having their closed seasons, their size limits, etc. So the official approval is towards the end of the process. Implementing the actions by the community and practicing them is something that can happen much sooner. And it demonstrates and generates momentum for the final approval. So action leads to formalization, not the other way around. And these plans also should be viewed as living documents. That's an important part of implementation, that adjustments and changes should be made along the way as new information becomes available. Step 12, monitoring. Each plan should have a monitoring and evaluation strategy and plan that is practical and, again, based on the capacity and resources of the institutions involved in co-management to achieve. The status of the resource should be monitored, including the amount of harvesting taking place, in addition to monitoring whether the management actions specified in the plan are being implemented. So the combination of monitoring both the status of the fishery and the implementation of management actions allows you to track how well the management is working and whether you need to make adjustments. And to do monitoring, harvester groups can collaborate with government and academic partners to design simple data collection programs and to get assistance with analysis and interpretation of the data. Step 13, reviewing. The purpose of the review is to decide whether the objectives and the goal of the plan are being met and whether tactical or strategic actions need to be modified or changed to better meet the plan's goal and objectives. So changes in actions or management measures should be at the discretion of the management committee, who's been identified under their institutional arrangements. The formal approving authority, such as the Ministry of Fisheries, can review these changes in actions or measures, but they shouldn't intervene in this decision-making unless they feel that it contradicts the law or that the changes would be harmful to the sustainability of the fishery. So the idea is to put the management decision-making actions in the hands of largely the resource users. Finally, in this section of the toolkit, we highlight how once a management plan is in place and the decisions have been made and it's been approved, public education and awareness creation about the management plan and the regulations are very important. And this includes, you know, all along the way, educating shellfishers about the shellfish biology, the ecology of the habitat, and water quality, because this helps resource users to better understand the reason and the rationale for the different types of management measures. But shellfishers also need to be educated about each management action considered, such as a closed season or a size limitation, so that they know how it works to protect the resource and how it contributes to sustainable harvesting in future years. So these education and awareness creation actions should be part of the process all along, but also once the rules are established. So communities at large also need to be informed, and given that many stakeholders may not be literate, you should consider means other than written materials alone. For example, using visual aids, community theater events, videos, posters, etc., as means for educating the public and creating awareness. So finally, before we move on to Brian's presentation, we just want to remind everyone that although we've presented 13 steps in a management process, a management planning process, it's not really necessarily sequential or linear. There may be several steps that occur at once, or the team may want to go back and revisit an earlier step as new information comes available along the way. Also, implementation, again, of the management measures can be started while the planning is ongoing, and it helps to generate momentum for the remainder of the process and for getting early results that motivate people to keep implementing the management measures. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Brian for the details on management options.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Just give me a minute to share screen. Okay, and hopefully, can you see that slide? Can you confirm, Karen?
Yes. Oh, it's the same picture that I had. Okay, yes, I
Yes.
can.
Okay, all right, so thank you, and good afternoon again, everybody. I know this is a lot of talking, but we'll try to get through this and hopefully it will be helpful. First of all, what I'd like to do is emphasize again what Karen said, that when we talk about management options or management measures, it's really key in these shell fisheries that the decisions about which ones they want to implement should be made by the harvesters themselves. Okay, and those of us who are technical or policymakers or deciders can support them and advise, but the decisions really need to be supported by the women themselves. If they do not support the actions that are decided, then they're not going to either comply with them, and they have to believe that they're going to have some form of benefit for them. So, you know, these women, as Karen said, may not be formally educated, but that doesn't mean they're not smart. They're very smart and have lots of traditional local ecological knowledge, which is also very important and for which they make their decisions based on. And we need to acknowledge, you know, that they are specialists and understand a lot about the environmental conditions in which the oysters and cockles and periwinkles are found. One of the first options that's very popular everywhere, including in some of the examples we see in West Africa is the idea of closed seasons and closed areas. And from this picture, you can see that in the Dentsu estuary, the Dentsu Oyster Pickers Association is on its 5th year of having a closed season. Tambi also has a closed season, and typically these closed seasons are put in place to allow the oysters to grow big enough so that they reproduce at least once before they're harvested, right? If we have goats, a herd of goats, we don't want to kill them while they're juveniles, or we don't kill the pregnant goats. We allow them to reproduce at least once, right? So we can maintain the herd before we eat them. And the same is true with fisheries and with, oysters and cockles and periwinkles. You want to make sure they get big enough and they reproduce before harvesting, and closed seasons can do that. Now, often for oysters, larger sized individuals also have higher economic value, so that could be a reason as well, and economic as well as the biological reasons. And you can also, within an estuary, you can set aside closed areas. So the map on the left is kind of an example of a hypothetical estuary where you can essentially zone it, where there could be areas that may have temporary closures during a year for several months, 4 or 5 or 6 months, etc., and areas that may be open year round. And then other areas that might be closed permanently and are left so that you get big organisms and individuals, because the larger the organism, the more reproductive output they'll have. So often it's good to have lots of big animals around, and they help reproduce and seed the rest of the estuary over the years. Now, the right-hand picture is from the Tambi, where you can see that as part of that plan, there are areas where each community will have closed tributaries that can be closed permanently, and then other areas that may be open certain times of the year and then closed at different times of year. So there's all sorts of combinations of how you can do this with both closed seasons and closed areas working in combination to protect the health of the resource. Now, some other options that are typical and used in many areas, including the examples from the Gambia and Ghana, are a size limit. And again, the size limit is based on trying to maintain the oysters and not harvest them until they're large enough that they have likely reproduced at least once in their lifetime before being eaten. And on the right-hand side there, you can see in my state here in Rhode Island and in places where I go shell fishing, you actually have to use a clam gauge that helps you measure and know whether you're taking a legal sized clam or oyster or not. And if it's undersized, you have to throw it back, which some it's very hard to do, but you'll come and harvest it again later when it grows a little bit bigger. And this picture on the left actually is a license in one of the towns. You're required to purchase. It's not too expensive, but you need a license to go shell fishing as well. But there are other things that we can do also. We can consider gear restrictions. I'll show you an example of that. You can have daily quotas. So like for here in Rhode Island also, you're not allowed to collect a certain number of baskets of clams per day per person. So that limits the harvesting to make sure that the resources are not over-harvested and overexploited. Another popular approach is you limit the days allowed for fishing. Like in West Africa, we know many marine fisheries, for instance, in Ghana, there may be fishing holidays where the fishermen do not go fishing either on a Tuesday or a Thursday, and this also reduces fishing pressure. If the fishing pressure is very high, it limits the amount of fishing and helps preserve the resources below a overexploited harvesting rate. And as I mentioned, you can use licensing, but licensing often can be done to make sure that you can restrict harvest access to the resource. So if you have, if associations like Tri-Oyster Harvesters or the DOPA have the use rights to the fishery, they can exclude other people from fishing in order to make sure that those women who collectively have the right benefit from it, and also to make sure that you don't have so many people coming in and harvesting the resource that it becomes overexploited and the harvests go down substantially. So here's some examples. You can see on the left a picture of a boat full of pails of oysters. So you can set and say, well, we'll only allow 5 or 6 pails of oysters per day. And once you fill up your pails, you have to come ashore and that's it, but you can't harvest more. The photo on the right, I think, is from the Tambi, where they have, and it was mentioned earlier, restrictions on the type of instruments that can be used to basically hack off the oysters from the roots of the mangroves. So this device is used because it's seen as being less damaging to the roots than, let's say, a cutlass, or so that you can break off the oysters from the roots without actually having to cut the whole root to harvest the oysters. So all of these are good practices that are part of a menu of actions that you can implement. So it's important to recognize that all of these actions, you don't have to implement all of them. It's kind of like when you go to a restaurant, you have a menu. You have, beef dishes, chicken dishes, vegetable dishes, white rice, brown rice, ugali, or, something else to eat. And you pick and choose among the menu of which you think you can practically implement and are going to achieve the goals and objectives of your management plan and address some of the problems the fishery may be having. This is kind of another just close-up view of what we use here in the United States of a gauge. It's just a piece of aluminum with a kind of a rectangle cut in the center of it. And you could use this. It has different sizes. So the outside measurements here can be used to measure for crabs. This can be used to measure for cockles. And this dimension here can be used to measure oysters. Because sometimes when we're out fishing, we're not just fishing for one species. We might be collecting several different types of species, all of which have a different size limit below which you're not allowed to keep. So this one gauge has multiple uses for multiple species. So this picture kind of shows you here, like the crab gauge, that, if you can measure between the carapace. This is usually where you measure for a size limit. For clams and cockles, you use the height. And for the oysters, you kind of use this length, also sometimes referred to as the height of the oyster as well. This is my grandchild here, who we've taught at a very early age to be engaged in good practices. So she's showing me here, if the clam does not fall through the gauge, that means it's bigger than the minimum size. And she's happy because we can keep it and eat it that evening for dinner. If it falls through the gauge, then you have to let it fall through and remain in the water. And maybe next year it'll be big enough to keep and it won't fall through the gauge and you can eat it the following year. Some other actions that are very important and really kind of get to the ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management, and where we see the mangrove connection is the linkages where if we can conserve and protect mangroves, because the mangroves are essential fish habitat for the mangrove oyster. That's why it's called the mangrove oyster. So in theory, the more mangroves we have, the more ability we have to harvest higher volumes of mangrove oysters. And the less mangroves we have, then perhaps the volume of oysters available for harvest will be less. So in places where mangroves have been degraded from over cutting or cutting or deforestation, there are approaches that can be used where they can be reforested, and getting women shellfishers to understand the link between healthy mangroves and healthy shell fisheries through education is very important. And that can often motivate them to be good stewards of the mangrove resource when they understand the link of healthy mangroves means healthy shell fisheries. Now, in some places, like the Dentsu and other areas here in the United States, where you find the oysters growing on the bottom, and Karen had a picture of that earlier on, that sometimes we find mangrove oysters attached to mangroves, but if there is hard substrate on the bottom of the estuary, you can see what we call oyster reefs, where live oysters are attached to a lot of dead shells, and they grow into literally oyster reefs where you find a great abundance of live oysters. So one thing that can be done is the shells, after they are brought to shore and harvested, you can return some of those shells back into areas of the estuary where the baby larval oysters will settle onto it, called spat. And you can actually enhance the level of yields you can get out of the fishery, because you're increasing the habitat area where the oysters live. So there's two types of ways we can kind of, do the habitat protection and restoration or enhancement that can have benefits to the shell fishery. Now, monitoring water quality and protecting water quality is also important. In places like Tambi and the Dentsu, women have been trained, and you can see some shellfishers, I believe this year is from the Dentsu, who can do very simple measurements of salinity, turbidity using the Sichi disk, temperature. So they really start to understand how these parameters affect the health of the oysters and how they can be maintained through active monitoring of those those parameters. And we talked a little bit earlier about, some of those parameters are, at what level are they beneficial, and at what times where they perhaps are not conducive for oyster growth and survival. So this is a picture showing on the left here. You can see just a tank of water from an estuary that's kind of turbid and murky and has algae and stuff in it with no oysters in it. But if you throw a bunch of oysters in the same tank and you let it sit for an hour or so, you can see how clear the water is, because the oysters and clams are filter feeders, right? So they're filtering the water. So bivalves act as natural filters of the estuarine systems and can help contribute to the health of the estuary by maintaining better water quality. So by maintaining healthy habitat, extensive habitat of bivalves, whether it's oysters or clams or other bivalve species in the estuary, it helps keep the waters within that estuary clean. Now, one of the things we'll talk about is there's a negative side also to the fact that they're filter feeders, and they accumulate, they filter things out of the water, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, some other management actions, and this was mentioned earlier, is things like aquaculture. Oysters are grown around the world and have been cultured for thousands of years in Asia. And we see examples of oyster culture emerging in Senegal, the Gambia, Ghana, just to name a few places where if you just put the oysters onto hanging racks in the intertidal zone, the small baby oysters will attach, and eventually these will be full of oysters, like you can see here, where they're all harvesting it, and can enhance not only from the wild harvest, but also from basically farming of the oysters themselves. Now, in places like the United States and Europe, hatcheries are also used, where the oysters or clams are spawned and they produce little spat or baby clams and oysters. And then these are broadcast back out into the wild environment to help make sure that there's strong recruitment of baby oysters and clams that can grow into adults and be harvested by people. Now, hatcheries take a little bit of technical expertise. So it's unlikely that women themselves can manage hatcheries, and it costs money. So in a West African context, I'm not aware of any place that has hatcheries to date, but universities and governments in the future may want to consider developing hatcheries where they could then provide to harvesters baby individuals, which they can broadcast into areas that they harvest from and help them maintain and enhance the yields that come out of the areas that they're harvesting. So that gets into kind of talking about the transplanting of spat or juveniles. Now, in Asia, this practice is being used quite widely, where There may be areas within an estuary where you have a high density of juveniles in one particular spot for, biophysical reasons, where you get a lot of spat or juveniles that settle into the mud or on the bottom, but they're in such a high density that many of them will die because there's too many in that place. So if you can identify areas like that, what you can do is harvest those small ones and then bring them somewhere else and broadcast them into what we call kind of grow out areas where there's a little bit more room in between the individuals and they're not so limited for food and space and you can get more growth. I believe in Benin, there's one area where they harvest small ones and they transplant them for adult grow out. And this photo in the bottom here was an experiment that was done in the Gambia. I think this is in the Alahine estuary, where there was a site over here that had many, many small juveniles in high density where they could collect some and then they were transplanting and broadcasting them into an area that typically has cockles, but not in high abundance, but where those juveniles could grow out. So that's another option that can be done and could be practiced in West Africa. In several examples, you can see that already. Now, it's not unusual also for certain areas of certain countries where areas of the bottom of the estuary could be leased out or require a license for harvesting. This can also be done for aquaculture areas where the areas can be leased. So if you have a plot, you may have to pay a fee to the association or the government. That also generates revenues, which can be used to help with management costs. These are all other examples of the multitude of options that we have available to ensure sustainable and productive harvests of shellfish. Now, earlier I kind of talked about, that oysters and clams are very good for maintaining water quality because they help filter water within an estuary. But there are, issues of public health that we need to be concerned about. Now, oysters are a very good source of iron and other micronutrients. So if you have healthy oysters, then if they are they can be part of a healthy and diversified diet. Now, as I said earlier, they may not be the sole source of iron or enough to reduce anemia, but they can certainly contribute to a healthy diet. But in many countries, like in France or the UK or in the United States, we have what's called shellfish sanitation programs, because what can also happen in areas where you have contaminants, like in this example from the Gambia, where you have pigs right on the edge of the estuary, or if you have a latrine that, the flushing is into the, the human waste just goes right into the estuary. Though that fecal matter can carry pathogens that can make you sick as a person if you eat oysters or clams that are filtering out those contaminants from animals or humans that kind of go into their tissues, and if not cooked properly can give you belly aches or even other diseases like cholera, or where you have bad waste management practices as well. Another thing that I think one of the participants mentioned earlier is that another contaminant that we need to be concerned about is heavy metals like mercury and cadmium, which if they're in high concentration can be bad for your health. And we know that if there are sources in the watershed of the estuary, let's say if you have illegal gold mining, small-scale gold mining, where they're using mercury to help extract the gold, that mercury goes into the water of the river, it winds up in the estuary, and it could then be accumulated into the tissues of the oysters. And then if you eat that, then you're putting mercury into your system. And if the mercury levels are too high, then eating oysters in some instances may not be good for your health. So it's important, I think, particularly for researchers and government to be monitoring estuaries to make sure that either fecal matter or heavy metal contamination is not a problem in areas where people are harvesting and consuming oysters and cockles. And if it is, then to try to think about sanitation programs where you can reduce the source and the contaminants entering the estuary in the first place in order to make sure that you're consuming healthy, safe oysters. Now, you can also do what's called depuration. You can move them to clean areas if they're contaminated for several weeks and let them clean out and then harvest them. That's another approach. This figure here is when we talk about shellfish sanitation programs, some of the things that are done is you basically just walk the edge of the estuary and you look to see whether there are potential sources of contamination. And if there are, then you think about ways that these can be removed, like not over the estuary, but with the proper latrine and septic system below it, or relocate the pigs away from the estuary. And this map kind of shows you where fecal coliform, which is the measure and indicator that there's bacterial contamination from humans and animals, where the green areas show that it's clean. And these areas you can harvest all year round without the threat of risk to human health. These red areas are areas where the contamination was high all year round and probably should be considered to be closed permanently for shellfishing because of the health threat. The yellow areas are considered conditional areas that seasonally during certain periods of the year, for instance, during the dry season where you don't have a lot of flushing, the coliform levels may go up higher and you may want to close it during those periods. And then during rainy season, when the levels are lower, you can open it at certain times of the year. So there's some benefits to this. So even if we're closing because of a public health risk, if you remember what I said earlier, you can also have permanent closures that can act as kind of spawning areas that are nursery beds, and even temporary closures also are helpful in growing larger oysters and making sure that they've reproduced at least lunch for harvesting. So there is some benefits to both having sanitation programs that may have closures for public health, as well as benefits for the health of the oyster fishery itself. This is from the regional assessment, and I think Karen mentioned this earlier, that women shellfishers are involved in all aspects of the value chain. So this also provides benefits if we're thinking about post-harvest improvements, or whether we're thinking about improving, the harvest and the yields, or we're looking for post-harvest improvements here. If we do any improvements anywhere through the value chain, it will benefit the women because they are involved in all, that vertical integration of the fishery, which is very unusual. Usually people are specialized. For instance, typically in a marine situation, men fish, women market and process, etc. But in this case, the women do everything. They're harvesting, they're marketing, they're processing, and in some cases even transporting oysters to markets. So, that gets into, again, opportunities for post-harvest improvements that benefit the processors. But since the processors are also the harvesters, it also benefits them. I believe this is a picture from the Tambi estuary from Tri, where they've experimented with frozen oysters and pickled oysters, and also make sure that the women are trained in healthy hygiene, keep the oysters off the ground and away from animals, and make sure it's covered so they're not in the sun. So you're trying to reduce any sort of bacterial contamination of those oysters. And they'll wear their uniforms and their smocks. They'll package them in plastic or cover them from time to time to keep the flies off when customers are not examining them. This picture down here is an example of just kind of simple harvesting sheds that, you have this so it can keep goats and chickens pretty much out of a processing area where you may be boiling and shucking the oysters. It's in the shade, so they're not under the hot sun. So this is a way to kind of make sure that you have a little bit better handling. You could have some fresh water and drain that goes in there so that you likely have fresher oysters. This picture up here kind of shows a smoking oven where you can smoke and dry oysters. as another means of preservation to extend the life of them if you cannot be selling everything that you harvest fresh all at once. I think some of the principles that are very important when we're talking about shellfish management and post-harvest improvements, we want to make sure that we're using gender-sensitive approaches and techniques and understanding women's constraints and what they can and cannot do, and in their, their time of day, and if they're involved in child rearing and taking care of children, how does that factor into what you can do in terms of post-harvest improvements. And the other thing that we need to be very careful about is if we develop higher value products that bring in more revenue, that often can lead to more demand for fishing of the product. So we need to make sure that as we do market development, we also should not do that in isolation, but do it while we're making sure that the women are also practicing sustainable management measures so that the improved demand and prices does not lead to over harvesting and over exploitation in the long run, but they can maintain sustainable harvests and try to maximize the value that they can receive from those harvests through post-harvest improvements. Now, a lot of people often talk about, we talk about integrated approaches, right? So one idea that's very popular is the idea of diversified livelihoods or alternative livelihoods. Now, alternative livelihoods assumes that they may be, if you have too many harvesters, people will stop harvesting and do something else instead. But in most cases, these fisheries are open access. So if you give them an alternate livelihood, it will not necessarily decrease the overall pressure on the resource, because many women may not want to start harvesting. And if some leave the fishery, then others will enter, and you'll still be at kind of an open access over harvested situation. So I like to talk more about diversified livelihoods, where you can diversify the income sources of women and their food sources, and that makes them a little bit more resilient. If they're not so dependent solely on the shell fishery, then maybe it makes management measures that may restrict harvest and income for a while more easy for them to agree to, because they're not so dependent on it. I think it's also, if we're worried about too many harvesters, I think focus on the youth and the next generation and see if you can, some of the youth of the women harvesters of today, and see if you can maybe work on providing them with alternatives so they don't necessarily have to rely on or become shellfishers if we're trying to reduce the numbers. Generally, what we found is general skills development in numeracy, literacy, or business skills is better than trying to pre-cook a solution for them and say, well, we're going to turn you into, batik makers or basket weavers or tour guides or whatever. Is give them basic skills and then let them be the ones that decide what sort of diversified or alternate livelihoods or income generating sources they would like to pursue, is often more successful than trying to choose for them. Also, what we found is if they have existing supplemental livelihoods, trying to grow those businesses is better than trying to teach them a completely new livelihood or business that they may be unfamiliar with, because we know that the failure rates of new businesses or livelihoods is relatively high compared to just trying to grow stuff that they already know how to do, just make it better for them. So lastly, what I just like to talk about, and this is from some of the work of ICRAF, where we know that, for instance, here in the Narcoa estuary and the shell fisheries, from this work, I'm not going to go into the detail, but it shows an area where this time of year between April, May, June, July, they have high areas of food insecurity. Now, where we might want to be thinking, if we want to promote diversified livelihoods and improve food production of the shellfishers in the proximate landscape to the estuaries where they may be farming goods, we might want to think about periods during what can they grow during this period of time when they're food secure that can provide food security and hopefully reduce the level of food insecurity during those months. And in other months, they're relatively food secure. Now, the other thing that happens is often we know that this might be combined with, if there's a closed season for the oysters or cockles, then that may also contribute, if not to food insecurity, to less income, which may also then result in their less ability for them to purchase foods if they need to purchase food. So thinking about them growing different crops, if they have land availability during closed seasons, is a good idea to ensure that they have healthy and nutritious food to eat all year round, including periods of time where management measures may provide some sort of hardships on them, either in terms of income generation or food availability. So, you know, there are ways that we can do this. In the interest of time, I won't go through this, but in the annexes, there's more. In the toolkit, there's more about this. So I'll stop here and we can open it up for discussion, I think, Karen, at this time, for the next step into in the workshop.
Hi. So
Isaac, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Okay, so thank you very much, Brian. Unfortunately, Karen is a bit off. He said he has a glitch with she has a glitch with a computer. So I'm stepping in for her, and then we proceed from here. So thanks a lot. So the next is we are going to have a short break. This time also we make it a 5-minute break, and then after that we come back and go into our breakout groups. So I see Karen is back. So Karen, Brian just finished his presentation. So we are going for a 5-minute break again, so that please during the break, please try and get up from your seat. You've sat for long, so just try get up off your seat, stretch your legs, your hands, etc. So that blood can flow and circulate effectively before you sit down. You sit down again. So we'll be back. It's now let me check from my time is
It's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. So let's come back at 3:10 GMT.
Okay. All right.
And then we'll be in the groups. When you come back, you'll see.
Hello, good day. Good day, sir. Doctor, how are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine, Mr. Mbogi. I'm fine. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, see you all in about 5 minutes or so. Yeah.
5 minutes. Yep.
Again. If some of you are still waiting, I wanted to show you a bottle of vodka. And it's actually made with, you can see it backwards, but actually they make it with oysters. So it kind of shows you some creativity in post-harvest in new product development here in Rhode Island, where they use oysters to make vodka. And then I think you're going to see this backwards, but essentially what they do is for every bottle of vodka you buy that's made with oysters, they contribute to an NGO that is supporting sustainable oyster fisheries. So it's kind of a real interesting kind of, linkage to a value-added product, but also a way to support people who are growing oysters to make sure that they're harvested sustainably.
Wow, Brian, it's interesting, right? But then what was that? Is that a drink?
It's vodka. It's
an alcoholic beverage.
Alcoholic beverage.
Apetechi with oysters.
But it's made with oysters. Wow.
Yeah, when they ferment the whatever they use, the grain, the potatoes or the corn, they mix in oysters to give it a unique flavor. I haven't opened the bottle yet, but I've heard it's supposed to be quite good. I'll tell you when I try it how it tastes.
To Lydia and all the oyster processors, women, etc. I believe this is very interesting for you.
Yeah, just an interesting example of how you can get creative with value-added products. And like in this case, you see a lot of companies that are supporting sustainability. So in this case, the vodka company provides it says, to further support regenerative farming practices, a portion of sales for each bottle goes to greenwave.org, helping to scale sustainable ocean farming in the era of climate change. So they make a contribution to an NGO trying to support climate change and sustainable farming.
Okay, so I think we need to reconvene.
Get back.
Yeah. Looks like hopefully most people are back. Perhaps one of our interpreters needs to tell us how we're going to get into the breakout groups, because I don't see on my screen the icon for breakouts. Does anyone else see that on their screen? Brian?
No, not yet.
So Mark and team, could you instruct us how we will go into breakout groups? But before we do, I'll just say that as per the invitation that you all received, we're going to have 2 Francophone breakout groups and 2 Anglophone breakout groups. One of the Francophone groups will be for shellfisher leaders and NGOs. And the other Francophone group will be for government and academia. And the same for Anglophone. One group will be for shellfish leaders and NGOs, and the other will be for country government and academia. Now, for those of you who are in-person groups in one room, you will just have to go to one of the groups, even though you may have a diversity of types of institutions. If the person who's facilitating your session is facilitating one of these groups, you're all just going to have to go to that group.
Okay, Karen, if you, at the bottom of people's screen, if you click on more, you'll see 2 options. One is join the breakout group.
Okay.
And you'll see 4 groups there, 2 French and 2 English. But is somebody going to give basically verbal instructions of what the discussions are going to be about before we do that?
Yes. I was just about to do that. So there are 4 groups, and in each group, you're going to do the following. You have it in writing, and I'll put it up. Well, it won't be visible on screen, but you have 3 points to cover. One is to discuss the toolkit and how easy or difficult it would be to practically implement some of these co-management approaches in your own country situation. Do you think this is something that's, feasible or quite challenging? Number 2, to discuss exactly how the toolkit could be used and applied in your specific context. So if you're a government institution or an academic, how as a government actor or an academic actor would you envision applying the toolkit? And then if you're a shellfisher leader, how would you envision using the toolkit in your specific context? Same for NGOs. So that's question 2. And then the third one is to identify 2 or 3 top priority next steps that you want to do in each of your countries. So every country participant for your country, what are your top 2 or 3 priority next steps, just in brief bullets, and your note takers will record those. And we'll have 30 minutes in the breakout groups, and then each facilitator will have 8 minutes to report back when we come back to plenary. And the project partners will go among the groups to see how you're doing.
Okay, and Karen, does the facilitators have those questions?
Yes, the facilitators have those questions, and those questions are in the agenda and the invitation that you all received.
Can you drop them into the chat box as well? Is that possible?
Yes, I'll do that right now.
As we move into the breakout groups.
Sorry. So does somebody want to say again the instructions for how to get into the breakout group? I'm not sure the chat will show up in the breakout
Yeah,
group.
you go to, I just put it in the chat, but you go to the more at the bottom right of your screen, you click on more, and then you'll click on join breakout group. And then a window will open up with 4 choices, 2 French and 2 English. As you mentioned, either NGO and shellfish leaders versus government and universities. So you would just see a little blue on the right of that box that says join. Some people have already done that. So you just click on join and it will take you to that breakout group.
But how can they see the instructions in their breakout group?
That I don't know. You'd have to either drop them into the chat or the facilitators would have to put them into a chat or just verbally read them again.
So I just put them in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll go in. You can see the big large group chat in breakout group, but we'll find that out very shortly.
So we'll go and post them in the breakout groups as project partners if we don't see them.
Yeah, that would be good.
There's only 4 breakout groups.
Okay,
All right.
if you're having trouble, you can unmute. If you need some help to get into a breakout group, I'll stay in the large group until virtually everybody is.
Okay, so we will reconvene in plenary in 30 minutes at 11:45 or at 3:45. Everyone, please go to more and click on join breakout room, and then join the room that's appropriate for you.
Okay, if you're having trouble, you can let me know and I'll help guide you again if necessary.
Yeah.
So all of you should choose the breakout. Yes, Adama.
I'm Fatu, actually.
Oh, Fatu, okay.
Yes, yes. So now we haven't seen anywhere where you see more here for the breakup groups. And then we wanted to do it all in one group. Could we do the same? Could we do it? Do you have to actually go by the academia and the other sections?
Well, if in order for the academia to be separated, they would have to have a different computer. If you don't have that option, then you can all go to one of those two English groups. But Fatou, just move your cursor, take your mouse and move to the bottom right, you know, where you see mute, video, participants, reactions, and then to the very right, you'll see more, 3 dots and then more. Click on that, and then you'll see join breakout group. Click on that.
And on the restriction, the last one is restriction. Reaction.
No,
okay,
it
we have
should be
more.
to the right of reactions. It'll be over, then you'll see more, and then click on more.
Yeah, we have more. And then what else do we have?
Click on join breakout group.
Have you seen the breakout group here? You have seen it? Okay, let's see where is it?
Okay, so when you click on join breakout group, you'll see a window open with 4 choices. So if you want to go to the Shellfisher leaders and NGO, the third group down, you just click on the right where it says join.
Okay. All right, we got it.
Super.
Yeah.
Okay. Alphonse, are you okay, or have you figured it out as well? And the rest of you, you need to move into your breakout groups.
Yes. Babadin, I think you need to. So I see some Anglophone or English, academic and government still on here. Babadin on here. Babadin.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Isaac.
Hello. Yes. Isaac.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, this is Roosevelt from Liberia.
Hi, Roosevelt. Can you join the breakout group?
Roosevelt, can you join the breakout group? Are you figuring out?
Okay, so I guess I'm not sort of seeing the options. Click more.
That's right.
Tab here.
Join
But I don't
breakout
see any
group.
options for joining breakout group.
Join breakout group.
If you click on more, you should see record on this.
I'm afraid
computer.
I don't see any option.
Yeah.
Record on this computer.
All right.
I don't know.
Tech support, maybe you could help
It's the
Roosevelt.
gadget I'm using.
Yes, so I can help move some participants to the breakout groups manually.
Yeah, if people have not moved into the breakout groups, if you could just select for them and manually move them in. That would be
People have not moved into the breakout groups.
Yes, so we need to know their groups. So I guess I'll mention the name, and I'll mention the names of those who have been unassigned, and you let me know whether, the group you belong to, and I'll move you to the group. So I'm going to go by the list I have here. Abdul Karim Sal. Vous êtes dans quel groupe? Or which group do you belong to? Abdul Karim Sal, are you here? Okay, no response. Aisata Kamara.
J'avais pris de...
Ah,
Allô?
d'accord. Oui, Abdul Karim, vous êtes assigné à quel groupe?
Je viens de me connecter comme ça parce que je n'avais plus de connexion dans la zone où je suis. Donc, je n'ai pas très bien suivi. Mettez-moi dans n'importe quel groupe, je peux aspirer.
D'accord. Alors, je le fais maintenant. C'est fait. Aïssata Kamara. Aïssata Kamara. Okay.
She's there online. You might want to just put her as, I don't know if she's French or
Yes.
English.
Okay.
So maybe you put Aissata Kamara into Francophone NGO.
NGO.
Francophone, yeah.
Okay.
Shellfishers and NGO.
Okay, Isaac, I think
Okay,
if
it's done.
they don't answer, you can help tech support with
Yes.
placing them. I'm going to go to
Okay.
my group now.
All right.
Yeah,
So I'm
and
taking
then
care of that
Isaac can
now.
help you figure out who goes where for the few that are left.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Alphonse?
Put Alphonse Adite in. He's a lead for one of the groups. I think French Shellfishers.
And NGOs?
Yes. I need to quickly check. Please let me quickly confirm for Prof. Adite. We can move to next.
Okay.
And then,
Babanding?
Yeah, Babanding is English government.
English government. Okay.
Yes.
English government done. Center for Coastal Management. That's
Yeah,
yourself.
That's myself. Yes.
Okay, so we hold on to that. Or will you be joining any group?
Yes, I will later join the group.
Okay. Clement Sambou or Clement Sambou.
I don't know.
Alors, moi, je dois être dans le groupe des universitaires.
Universitaire.
Voilà, mais je n'arrive pas.
D'accord. Cyril Aholokwe.
But perhaps okay, I'm not sure. Let's go to the ones I know first.
Okay.
Please assign Prof. Alphonse Adite to French Shellfishers and NGOs.
All right. It's done.
Okay.
Elaji Njai. Elhaji Njai.
Njai.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
So this is Elhaji Njai.
Yes, which group do you belong to, please?
So I'm from in the Ministry of Fisheries, so I think this would be
okay. So francophone country government. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, francophone country government.
Okay, it's done. Emmanuel Obeng Dechi.
Yeah, in English government and academic.
All right.
Academic, yeah.
Okay, it's done. NS Chuku.
Yes, and NS and myself. NS, where do you want to be? English academic.
Okay.
But may also be going around. But it's okay.
Right.
English academic.
Okay. And Helme. That there are two Helme accounts. Helme indeed for Senka, and then one just Helme.
Yes, Helme should be with francophone Shellfishers and NGOs.
All right, thank you.
So both accounts kindly assigned.
Okay. Bessan Honorine Bessan.
I'm not so sure.
All right, Gabriel Huansu de Senyagbeto. Yes, which group, please? Quel groupe, s'il vous plaît?
Academic, French.
French, okay. Francophone gouvernement et universitaire, okay. Maria da Costa.
Not sure, but maybe assign Maria da Costa to NGO French. I'm not sure if it's English or French, but possibly the NGO.
Okay, Achille Correa.
Oui, bonjour.
Oui, bonjour. C'est quel groupe, s'il vous plaît?
Le groupe des ONG.
D'accord, c'est fait. Pamela Amen Adite. Pamela. Sylvie Numonvi.
Oui, je suis là.
Oui, c'est quel groupe, s'il vous plaît?
Le groupe des francophones ONG, normalement, mais je ne sais pas comment on y accède.
D'accord. OK. Pamela? Wali Njai?
Yes, please assign Njai to French academic.
Okay. Thank you. Yusuf Abu. Yusuf Abu. Okay. Zachary Sohu.
Yes, Prof. Sohu is also academic French.
Academic. Okay.
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
and then
Pamela. So we're left with only Pamela, Honorine, and Abdullahi.
And then Roosevelt, please assign
Roosevelt
to
okay.
English government.
Okay. Okay. I think he has, no, he's no more in the meeting.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't see him in the list.
Okay, so now the honey Bessan group, that
Yes.
group, assign them to French Shellfishers and NGOs.
Okay, and then Pamela.
Maybe also the same. I
Same.
think
Okay.
Fadika will be there.
Okay,
So
I think we are
them
done.
to- Okay, but I still
Yes.
see some. I still see some.
Those left are
I still see Roosevelt.
Roosevelt.
Yes, Roosevelt Daniels.
Those who are still in, it means the assignment has been done, but they've refused
they've
to
not
join.
accepted.
And
Yeah.
if somebody has not joined, we cannot force the person into another group.
Okay, I understand.
So Roosevelt, kindly accept. You have been assigned to a group. Hello, Roosevelt. Hello, Roosevelt. I see Emmanuel Omogbemi. Okay, assigned.
Yes, Emmanuel is Nigeria. He should be with group 4. No. Oh wow. Group 4 is it should be yes, Anglophone government and academia. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
okay. So far, three participants have not accepted. Roosevelt has not accepted. Hello, Roosevelt.
Yes, please.
Yes, you have been assigned. Kindly look on your screen. You see a pop-up and accept the group you have been assigned to. You have been assigned to a group, so kindly accept and join the group.
Alaji? Okay, Alaji is gone. Fine.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Lost internet completely for nearly 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Which group were you in, sir?
Group 4, Anglophone.
All right. Okay.
Augmented.
Okay. So you'll be assigned back to group 4.
Okay, are we, no, not everyone is back. Mark, will the breakout sessions be recorded or not?
Let me confirm from my technical team, then I'll get back to you.
Okay, I was just curious.
Breakout rooms are not recorded unless when you got there, someone hit the recording button, then it will be recorded on their computer.
Oh, I see. We should have. Okay, thank you. All right, so I think we're almost all back in plenary. So we have about 8 minutes per group for a summary of the key discussions and findings that you got in your groups. So let us begin with group 1.
And what group is group 1, Karen?
Alphonse, it's a Francophone group of shellfish leaders and NGOs. Alphonse.
Dis-moi là qui fait. Voilà.
Alphonse, should we start with another group or are you ready?
Oui, donc nous allons donner le résumé de ce que nous avons récolté. Le résumé de ce que nous avons recueilli pour le groupe 1. Pour la consigne 1, il a été mentionné le suivi environnemental. Suivi environnemental.
Le gars du Sénégal a parlé de la projection chez eux.
De la con. OK. Donc, il y a notre collègue du Sénégal qui a parlé donc de la négociation et de mise en œuvre des accords de gestion des ressources aquatiques dans le processus de congestion, ce qui était très important donc, pour faciliter la cogestion. Ensuite, donc, il y a d'autres collègues qui ont parlé donc, du fait que la population vit de l'environnement. Donc, on doit tenir compte de cette donnée. Donc, prévoir des sources alternatives. Donc là, nous allons aux mangroves, puisque nous devons les protéger donc pour la production des huîtres, et ainsi de suite. Mais là, il faut aussi des sources alternatives. Bien entendu que les huîtres aussi constituent une production, donc une source de revenus. Voilà. Oui, pour la consigne numéro 2, c'est dirigé donc, dans les pays, les coquillages donc, en filière. Et cela s'entend tout le processus qui rentre dans le niveau. Lorsqu'on prend un produit qui doit aller au niveau filière, et ça s'entend beaucoup de facteurs. Donc, au niveau sociologique, au niveau de la recherche, au niveau du marketing, donc, il faut que ça soit une filière pour que le gouvernement puisse véritablement prendre en compte cette production. Consigne 3.
Aux francophones, est-ce que vous pouvez réactiver votre micro?
Pas éveiller les consciences sur ce produit. Donc, il demande de reprendre. OK, donc au niveau de 3. Donc, au niveau de 3, donc vous m'excusez, c'était désactivé. Il faut donc un projet pilote. Il faut commencer par un projet pilote à partir des données que l'USAID a concocté déjà et que nous avons. On peut déjà commencer donc un projet pilote dans certains pays, dans certaines localités. Ouais. OK. Il a été suggéré qu'il faut il faut expliquer donc cette boîte à outils donc dans les différentes langues. Donc, il faut les vulgariser dans les différentes langues parce que en réalité, au niveau de nos zones côtières, c'est pas toujours les mêmes langues. Donc, il y a un travail de vulgarisation en langue locale à faire à ce niveau. Oui. OK. Comme il y a eu notre collègue du Sénégal a proposé que comme nous ne sommes pas au même niveau, on prend par exemple le cas du Bénin où nous sommes vraiment en arrière, mais la population est là, et la population locale, les leaders sont là, ils travaillent dedans, mais la prise en compte au niveau étatique n'est pas encore très effective. Donc, il faut partager les expériences des rencontres pour profiter. Je me souviens, il y a l'équipe de Madame Kent qui était arrivée au Bénin, rencontrer donc la population de la zone côtière. Et cela a été très intéressant. On a pu apprendre beaucoup de choses donc de la communauté ostréicole du Ghana. Et d'ailleurs, c'est ça qui nous amène donc à faire partie donc de ce groupe. Voilà, donc pratiquement, c'est ce que nous avons pu concocter au niveau donc de ce groupe. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Group 1. And Group 2, which is Francophone country, government, and academia.
Monsieur Ahuedo. Mr. Ahuedo, you mute your micro.
OK.
Monsieur Ahuedo.
Merci. Au fait, pour le groupe 2, groupe francophone, au fait, pour le premier point, pour ce qui concerne les facilités, difficultés de la mise en œuvre pratique de l'approche de gestion des pêcheries, des coquillages à l'association des pays. Pour le Togo, nous avons estimé que une bonne collaboration des parties prenantes a facilité la mise en œuvre de l'approche. Et comme difficulté, on a identifié l'interférence des autorités. Il faut dire que dans la prise de décision ou bien dans l'application de certaines mesures, il y a parfois l'interférence des autorités qui interviennent et qui ne facilitent pas et qui ça devient un blocage pour l'application de certaines mesures. Pour le Sénégal, il a été identifié que l'existence des comités locaux de pêche va faciliter ou bien facilite la mise en œuvre des plans de gestion. Mais comme problème, comme difficulté, c'est que la même pêcherie est gérée par le ministère de la Pêche et le ministère de l'Environnement, ce qui fait qu'il y a un problème institutionnel. Pour le Bénin, il a été identifié également que la bonne collaboration entre les parties prenantes facilite la mise en œuvre des plans de gestion. Et pour le Bénin aussi, on a identifié on a trouvé que des pressions politiques font que parfois il y a des difficultés pour mettre en œuvre certaines mesures. Pour ce qui concerne le point 2, la manière dont la boîte d'outils peut être utilisée, appliquée dans leur contexte spécifique. En tant que gouvernement universitaire, pour tous les pays, nous avons trouvé que le guide servira à mettre en place ou bien à élaborer les plans de gestion futurs en tenant compte des différentes étapes et des processus indiqués ou bien proposés dans le document. Pour ce qui concerne les actions prioritaires identifiées pour le Bénin, il y a le suivi écologique, l'organisation des acteurs et vulgarisation de plans de gestion. Pour le Sénégal, on a retenu le le suivi écologique. Et pour le Togo, il y a le suivi environnemental et puis il faut aussi mettre l'accent sur la recherche. Il faut dire que nous sommes un peu embêtés par le temps. Surtout, nous n'avons pas eu le temps d'aborder ce troisième point. Le troisième point qui concerne l'identification des actions prioritaires. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you very much, Group 2. Let's hear now from Group 3, Anglophone country shellfisher leaders and NGOs. I think this was the biggest group.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Isaac.
Yes. So unfortunately, Fatu couldn't facilitate that particular group, so I stepped in for her. And we have only 2 countries participating. On the question of the difficulty in the implementation, both countries, I mean Ghana and Nigeria, indicated that there are no difficulties in the implementation. Now, on the question of application of the toolkits, the Ghanaian participants mentioned that stakeholders should not work in isolation. And the second point was there's a need to enforce management regulations. And the Nigerian participants also mentioned that their communities are well organized and they are also open to learn, you know, from the Densu Delta case. Still on the application, the Ghanaian participants also mentioned that there is a need to have an improved sanitation of the coastal areas, and also the need to sensitize fishers about the oyster biology. Then on the last item, that is priorities for implementation of co-management. For Ghana, it was mentioned that there's a need to carry out planting of mangroves to boost yield. And the last thing that was also captured has to do with access to the wetlands. So this is what we documented for this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac, and Group 3. So finally, Group 4, Anglophone country, government, and academia.
I'm Emmanuel Amagwen from Nigeria. I'm the note taker for government and academic group. So in our discussion, the question of how illiterate harvesters can utilize Toolkit. And Mbogi, a participant, talked that there's going to be a collaboration between the management as well as the participants, I mean harvesters. There's going to be a collaboration with them, and this collaboration will ensure how these illiterate harvesters can understand the need for implementing this toolkit. And there was a question of incorporation of this toolkit into the curriculum so that people can have the orientation about the importance of conservation and this management process from their early stage, starting from their primary school and probably secondary school. And the participant also mentioned that this can be incorporated into the universities. And Abdul Jali, a participant, also said that there's need for awareness for harvesters through radio, through television, posters, flyers, as well as community groups discussion, so that all of them can be carried along. And unfortunately, I lost my internet in the process. But connecting back, I understand that a participant from Nigeria also asked that what empowerment will be given to these women shellfishers And Brian answered that there's going to be leadership skills for the women. I mean, maybe in terms of organizing themselves and how to ensure that these things are being carried out, after which I lost my internet again. But again, in my reconnection, Sanko from Sierra Leone was talking about this co-management process in Sierra Leone. He said co-management will not be a problem in Sierra Leone. And because the Sierra Leone people, they have their bylaws that control the implementation of this management processes. But unfortunately, there is a political interference from the central government into this management, especially when the laws and regulations of these communities are in conflict with what the central government is doing, especially close to elections period. So there's kind of a override of what these associations are doing so that the central government Dr. Okiri from Ghana was able to contribute that the management should be put in the domain of women so that women can have autonomy to control this conservation process. And in that process, there will be reduction in political interference while they carry out their conservation process. And I contributed also from my end that for this conservation or toolkit management and co-management processes to be successful, there's need for education of these women in their coastal communities. They should have the awareness or the reason why they should carry out these conservation processes, especially when they are told that it's for the benefit of the oncoming generations to come. And a participant also mentioned the incorporation into a curriculum, like somebody said earlier on, and after which I lost my internet. I was unable to reconnect until I discovered that we're back to the main group now. But one of the participants in my group here asked a question, which I think I should ask at this point in time. He said these toolkits that have been developed in Ghana and Gambia, how will it be passed across to them in Nigeria so that they too can start to work with them? So this is my contribution from Group 4. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. That was quite a rich contribution from that group. And we're getting a lot of great activity on the chat, which, you know, we're collecting all of that, and we can, you know, send out with the meeting notes comprehensive responses to everything and sharing of everything that's being put in the chat, because I see so many great ideas, questions, and observations coming through there. So let's just take a few minutes. We actually, take a few minutes for any plenary group reaction to some of the discussions that happened in the breakout groups. Did anyone want to make a comment?
Yeah.
I see Hermé, you have your hand raised. Would you like to make a comment?
Voilà, donc je crois, bonjour tout le monde. Ce qu'on nous reçoit, c'est Hermé, je parle au nom de Hermé. Donc c'est de la part de la Guinée-Bissau. On n'a pas pu suivre la réunion comme il se doit, dû à des difficultés liées à la connexion. Mais de toute façon, on a suivi avec intérêt, bien sûr de manière très parcimonieuse, parce que la connexion allait et revenait tout le temps. Donc, on a vraiment suivi la réunion avec un grand intérêt. Donc, on a voulu aussi participer au groupe de travail, mais tout est-il qu'on n'a pas vraiment pu le faire. Mais de toute façon, on a pu glaner par-ci, par-là les différentes interventions et aussi les présentations qui ont été faites. Donc, tout ça nous a permis de nous enrichir d'expériences nouvelles. Et la bonne idée reste toujours le fait qu'on a mis à la disposition cette boîte à outils. Donc, nos interventions, je crois qu'on allait vraiment mettre nos contributions au niveau de cette boîte à outils et essayer d'apporter nos contributions et aussi de signaler ce qui Voilà, je crois qu'on va essayer d'intervenir au niveau de cette boîte à outils. Merci beaucoup.
Question.
Donc, il y a
Monsieur Mario.
Monsieur Mario, qui est le directeur de la pêche continentale et de l'aquaculture, qui était ici pour le compte du ministère, qui veut poser une question. Je crois bien.
Bon, moi, c'est comme pandemia.
Buona curto.
Cosa problema? Pandemia di Bisano. Invece dicevo che flera di pesca e economia mondiale. Qualche pacote di aiuta che è una pensa per flera di pesca, specialmente in inverno.
Donc, on sait que la pandémie Covid a beaucoup impacté sur l'activité des femmes, surtout les femmes qui sont dans la pêche. Donc, quelles sont les aides, les subventions que vous avez prévues justement pour ce secteur-là, pour les femmes? Voilà, Hermé. Bon, rapidement.
Thank you very much for those comments. You know, COVID, I think the point of the toolkit, what I would say in answer to what do we have to support the issues that are happening with COVID is that, you know, all of these types of governance actions and participatory approaches all feed into increased resilience. And whether it's COVID, whether it's a storm event, or whatever other shocks to our economic or environmental systems are happening, what we think is that these approaches increase resilience at the community and household level for mitigating the impacts of those, I think would be my response to that question about COVID. So let's move on quickly and try to get a few more comments from others. Lydia, would you like to intervene?
Promise. Promise is talking.
Okay, thank you.
Closes 5 months. Basic. Wow. Promise is saying that the 5 months close season have effect on them. So they will be very grateful if they can do any alternative livelihood or something to earn more income to pass the 5 months. So this is what is added to it.
So support for a closed season as a management measure is something.
Alternative livelihood.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Let's move on. I want to just get a cross section of comments. Hayford?
Yes, thank you very much. I've been going on and off, and so unfortunately I couldn't make any submission in group 4, but then I typed in the chat a few things that I thought that it should be included. Just to mention a few for the next step, I made proposals that there'll be a need to improve the value chain. We are saying that it's the same women who harvest and do the processing and then the trading. So therefore, if we improve it, it means that we can have a lot of actors within the chain that will create jobs. If we also, government has some interventions, for example, in my country, school feeding program where, you know, fish are distributed to schools. The understanding here is that if we can also introduce shellfish, it will also help in boosting the nutrition as well as encouraging the harvesters to go into, you know, farming to be able to improve upon their incomes. A few others is also to see how government can also develop the expertise of its staff to produce parts to be able to give to potential and then interested farmers. These are a few things that I am thinking that it could be added into the next step. Some others have been said in other groups, so I'll leave that for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hayford. Jimia David?
Yeah.
Sorry for the pronunciation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think for the government agency in Ghana, considering data collection of the shellfishery is very essential, because indeed our main focal point of data collection is on the fin fishes, of which we don't have a time series data for the shellfishery. And so if the government should be, how do you put it? If the government should be sensitized on the need to take this data, it will help in the management policies, which will help the shellfishery to also develop faster in our country. And also, the second point is, because of coastal flooding and other natural phenomena in the coastal area, how do I put it? There has been development along the coast, such as sea defense and also dredging. But to be honest with us all, these engineering companies have very little technical know-how about the ecosystem. And so because of their scope of engagement, they do dredge or make sea defense or these groins, and they don't consider the estuaries to which these shellfishes inhabit. And so my thoughts, or what I want to also chip in, is maybe we could sensitize them, or we could sensitize the government on these projects, so that when they are undertaking these projects, they will also consider the ecosystem benefit to the community, or the socioeconomic benefit of this oyster fishery to the community, such that they dredge or they conduct an ecological assessment before they do their dredging or coastal defense or development. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, I think I don't see any others who haven't spoken yet, whose hands are up. So I think this is a good place perhaps to pause and take a breath. We've all been here for 4 hours and we're only 15 minutes over so far. So I want to congratulate the group for having a lot of discussion and listening to a lot of presentation. And we've done a pretty good job of managing our time.
Karen.
So, yes?
Yes, this is Fatu. Although my name is, yes, oops.
Go ahead.
My name is, I don't know, it has appeared. But all our comments, I never said it today. We have put in all our inputs on the chat box for everybody to see. So we thought we wouldn't have time to read out to you guys what we wanted to share.
Okay.
Have you seen that?
Yes, I'm seeing now, Anna.
Now I'm talking about our comments, what the question, the answers we had to report. We have put it together on the chat box. Our recommendations and what we think. Have you seen it?
We must have it then, because I've just been copying everything that's been in the chat. Yes, I see it. Adamasane. Yeah. Okay, yes. Thank you.
Adamasane is computer, but I'm not Adamasane.
Okay. I'm glad you were able to get it there one way or another. Okay, so UCC, would you like to provide some summary comments on next steps, way forward? Or shall I do that first and then you'll follow me?
Yes, Karen, so kindly do that and then I come in.
Okay, so I think, as I was saying, I think this has been a very productive day. We've gotten a lot of sharing of our results of this project, and also to let all of you know that the toolkit is out there, it's accessible. We've had somewhere between 50 and 100 participants for the whole 4 hours of this call, which is very impressive, and we're really thrilled at all the enthusiasm that we're seeing. So what I'd like to say is that we're going to continue. You know, we have at least another few months where we want to continue diffusing the toolkit. So please share it widely with your networks, and please continue to work with University of Cape Coast in linking us all together in a network to continue exchanging ideas, sharing our research, and contributing to this discussion as we build up the knowledge in this sector and build up the awareness of government and others who need to support development of the sector in many, many different ways. So we know that you'll all be champions of that, and we really appreciate it. And we're here to continue to support you. I'd also like to say that the final French toolkit in its final formatted version will be available by the end of the month of July. And don't forget, as will all of the country reports translated into French, as well as the regional report. So all of those reports in Annex J of the toolkit will be available in their French versions in Annex J of the French toolkit. So please know that you'll have those at least in French. And we really take into consideration the suggestions that we heard today, and we're going to think about how we can move forward to support some of those ideas. So Isaac, would you like to say a few additional words?
Yes, so let me just add to what Karen has just said. We thank you all for joining and staying on for 4 hours. We have sent a post-workshop survey into your emails now. So immediately we will end the workshop. Kindly take a few minutes to answer the post-workshop survey questions for us and complete the survey as a last step for this workshop. And once you complete the survey, we will later award you with a certificate of participation in this toolkit workshop. And then the final point I would want to put across is we are going to carefully take a look at what each group has compared as the next steps, and then we see how we can in the near future work with you, your government, the shellfish, the shellfishers groups, NGOs, and etc., to see how perhaps step by step and over time we roll out some of these activities. So thank you very much for making time. All right. I'm done.
Okay, thank you all very, very much. And now I'd like to hand it over to USAID, Dan, for some closing remarks.
Sorry, everyone, I was fumbling with my mute button. No, really, thanks for a wonderful, wonderful session. I think we learned a lot. I really enjoy the way that everybody presented the toolkit and the lessons learned. But I just really, again, and I know I said it at the opening, but I appreciate the practical nature of the toolkit. And then I enjoyed it in the breakout room, listen to people talk about it and how they can use it and how it's relevant to them. So I think now it's kind of a challenge to everyone on the call is we've put a lot of effort into getting this toolkit established, basing it on real practical experience that has worked. But if nobody uses it or we don't disseminate it, then it's kind of lost its effect because the folks we kind of based it off are already doing that work. So I think it's a challenge from USAID to everyone on the call of please do your best to disseminate it, to apply it when you're in your organizations and thinking about how you can approach a problem or how you can improve the livelihoods of your ecosystem. You've got it right there in front of you, some step-by-step, kind of procedures in place that you can just look at, and it helps you build consensus too. If you're having challenges getting your community together, you can say, look, some folks who really, really care about us have put this thing together. Why don't we consult with this toolkit and see what it can do for us? So really it's on the dissemination end now. But I really appreciate all the hard work from everybody. It's just some really, really good stuff in there. And thank you, Karen, Brian, everybody for a really good session today. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan, USAID. And again, our thanks and appreciation to USAID for making this all possible. And to all of you who joined us today, as Dan said, you're the ones who will be taking this forward, and we're here to support and champion anything that you're going to be doing going forward. We'd love to keep hearing about it and keep engaging with you on helping you to implement it. So thank you all, and thank you all so much for your patience and for quite a long session. And we look forward to continued discussions and working together on WhatsApp, email, and other means. So have a very good evening all. And we hope you'll do the survey before closing out. We'd like you all to have that certificate as a participant in the Toolkit workshop and a champion of implementation of this approach going forward.
But in fact, I forgot we didn't take a group photo.
Yes, group photo.
Yes, Mark, could you help? Ernest.
Yeah, and then Karen, I think a lot of people were asking if presentations will be made available. I put in the chat box that we'll send them links to those that were
Yes, I
logged on.
believe also in the recording, it shows up in the recording. But yes, we will make all of these available.
Yeah, but a lot of people may have trouble going to the recording and might want to just look at the PDF.
Wow, look at the Gambia. All this.
Wow.
Yes.
So please. And Lydia.
Cameras
Yes,
on.
we are here.
Wow.
Ah.
So it's less on our camera. Oh, Prof. Hassan, Sarah. Wow.
Yes.
But
on
our camera, then take yeah. Lydia.
Where is Fatu?
We don't see Fatu, we see all.
Sorry, Mark, Ernest, are you taking?
Yes, I'm taking a photo.
Okay. Okay. I see Okay. Yeah.
Amis Gambiens. Voilà. Yeah, so I think I've taken quite a number.
Okay. Hi. Thank you very much to Kaopa for participating in this.
Yes.
I see Kadi. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
It was very interesting.
Oh, great. Yeah.
We learned a lot.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, hi, Emmanuel, the Nigerian team. So now we see the Ghana team, the Nigerian team, the Gambia team, the Guinea-Bissau team. We have seen Guinea. Wow. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, so I think at this point, we can say bye. I think gives feedback. All right, so bye to everybody. Emmanuel, good. We see the Nigerian team, Dr. Sanko. We see the Sierra Leone team, the Gambia team. Which team again? We saw the Ghana team. Oh, wow, Dr. Sanko, I see your team. Very nice. We also saw the Guinea-Bissau team. Yeah, and together we are going to form a big network. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for participating. All right, bye.
Bye-bye, au revoir.
Bye. Yeah, bye.